Chapter 24-25 24-25 Blood Peach Blossom Tree 24-25 Blood Peach Blossom Tree Langfeng City, Lord's Residence. In a room in a courtyard, Su Zimo and Lin Luo rested, respectively, with their eyes closed. However, there was a hint of worry on Lin Luo's face, as though she was uneasy. Before long, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes and said softly, "Something's not right. This city, Lord, seems to be too polite to us." Lin Luo turned over as well, seemingly enlightened. "Indeed, I've only met him once by fate, and I've never heard my brother mention anything about having any relationship with him. Let's go out and take a look," Su Zimo said, and stood up to push the door open. Lin Luo followed quickly. The moment the two of them walked out of the room, they sensed that there were many cultivators guarding the outer perimeter of the courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, Su Zimo saw a man in armor not far away. His back was facing them and his arms were crossed. The person turned around slowly. It was one of the commanders of Langfeng City, Jiang Xianyu. "Where are the two of you going?" Jiang Xianyu asked. Su Zimo replied casually with a calm expression, "This our first time in Langfeng City. We're going to walk around." "Indeed you should." Jiang Xianyu nodded without saying anything more. However, Su Zimo and Lin Luo did not walk far before they realized that Jiang Xianyu was following closely behind them with a group of Imperial Army soldiers. A moment later, Su Zimo suddenly paused and turned around, smiling at Jiang Xianyu. "Commander Jiang, you have an important position. There's no need to bother about us. The two of us are just taking a casual look." Jiang Xianyu said, "The city lord has instructed that the two of you are guests of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. He asked me to bring people to protect the two of you and not let anything happen." Lin Luo sneered internally and could not help but say, "What danger can there be in Langfeng City?" "Nothing is absolute, just in case," Jiang Xianyu said expressionlessly. This did not seem like protection. Instead, it was more like keeping watch on them. Even if they fell out on the spot, it was useless. Jiang Xianyu was a perfected immortal. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were not his match. Furthermore, he was surrounded by a group of Imperial Army soldiers. Su Zimo and Lin Luo took a casual spin around Langfeng City. With Jiang Xianyu and a group of Imperial Army soldiers guarding the surroundings, no one dared to advance rashly and had long retreated far away. Under such circumstances, the two of them were in no mood to stroll and returned to the courtyard early. What is Jiang Xianyu trying to do? When Lin Luo returned to her room, she was enraged and could not help but say, "How is he protecting us? He's clearly spying on us. It's probably Song Xian's intention." Su Zimo closed his eyes and sensed for a long time before saying slowly, "Jiang Xianyu is not the only perfected immortal in the vicinity of this courtyard. There should be more than 10. Although his spirit consciousness could not detect the perfected immortals, the Green Lotus True Body's 5 senses were sharp and his spirit perception was terrifying. He could vaguely capture more than 10 faint and powerful auras. They arranged for so many perfected immortals." Lin Luo was secretly alarmed and murmured with a grim expression, "What is Song Xian trying to do?" Su Zimo said deeply, "More than 10 perfected immortals are guarding the vicinity. It's probably not as simple as surveillance. It's more like imprisoning us." "Imprisonment." Lin Luo's expression changed. As though she recalled something, she hurriedly took out a messenger talisman from her storage bag and whispered, "I've got to send a message to my brother and ask him not to come over." Although Lin Luo did not understand Song Xian's intentions, she had already realized that something was amiss and wanted to stop Lin Lei from coming. "I'm afraid it's useless." Su Zimo shook his head gently. "If Song Xian truly intends to imprison us, he will naturally sever your connection with the outside world." Indeed, Lin Luo silently released a dermic art. After tearing the messenger talisman apart, the contents of the talisman turned into a ball of light. Instead of escaping into the void, they floated in the room. Before long, they dissipated. After the failed message, Lin Luo clenched her fists instinctively. She was worried and had a helpless expression, not knowing what to do. There must be some sort of restriction array formation set up around the courtyard that could prevent messages from being sent. There was no solution to this matter. Even if they left the courtyard, they would be watched by Jiang Xianyu and the other perfected immortals. Even if Lin Luo could take out a messenger talisman, it would be interrupted and she would not be able to send a message. On the other hand, Su Zimo seemed rather calm. In his storage bag, there was a teleportation jade badge given to him by the sect master of the academy. That was his escape plan. Even if Song Xian was present, as long as he crushed the teleportation jade badge, he would be able to leave this place with Lin Luo and return to Heaven and Earth Academy, let alone the dozens of perfected immortals. At that time, Lin Luo could make use of the Academy's teleportation formation to return to the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. The teleportation jade badge was a life-saving method, and he would naturally not take it out right away unless it was absolutely necessary. Just as Su Zimo was about to tell Lin Luo about this and console her, the latter suddenly stood up and whispered, "Let's go out and test the waters again. We'll say that we'll head to the teleportation formation in the city and see how Jiang Xianyu reacts." Lin Luo was still unwilling to believe this matter and had a sliver of hope. "All right." Su Zimo nodded and left the room with Lin Luo, arriving at the entrance of the courtyard. Not far away, Jiang Xianyu welcomed them immediately with a cold expression. "Where are the two of you going? Where's the teleportation formation in the city?" Lin Luo asked bluntly. A strange look flashed through Jiang Xuanyu's eyes before disappearing rapidly as he said indifferently, "It's the Immortal Peach Banquet right now. Due to this special occasion, the teleportation formation in the city is temporarily closed and can't be used." At that point, Lin Luo no longer had any doubts. They were already under Song Xian's house arrest. Jiang Xianyu said, "At the Immortal Peach Banquet, the heaven ranking competition that happens once every 100,000 years in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain will be an intense battle. If the two of you are interested, I can accompany you to take a look." "Not interested." Lin Luo replied coldly, "Let's go." With that said, Su Zimo and Lin Luo turned around and walked towards their rooms. Jiang Xianyu looked at the backs of the two of them with a mocking expression. Raising his brow slightly, he declared, "The city lord said that if the two of you are not interested in the Immortal Peach Banquet, you can take a seat at the Blood Peach Banquet." Over the years, the city lord has painstakingly nurtured a variant blood peach blossom tree. The fruit is about to ripen. If the two of you are interested, I can take you guys to take a look. This is a rare opportunity. "Humph." Lin Luo harumphed coldly and continued forward. She was frustrated and worried about her kin. How could she be in the mood to look at a peach blossom tree? However, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he frowned. He gradually stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression was dark, clearly pondering about something. "What's going on?" Lin Luo asked instinctively when she saw Su Zimo's strange expression. Su Zimo ignored her and turned around slowly. He looked at Jiang Xianyu, who was not far away, and smiled, asking, "Commander Jiang, what is up with the blood peach blossom tree you mentioned earlier on?" Jiang Xianyu did not think too much about it. The seedling of this immortal peach tree was a superior class item to begin with. After our city lord nourished it with the blood of a humanoid peach blossom spirit, the immortal peach tree underwent a complete transformation and turned into a variant. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the only blood peach blossom tree in the heavenly world and even the entire upper world. Jiang Xianyu raised his head slightly and said proudly. He did not notice that Su Zimo's expression had gradually darkened. Chapter 2426. 2426 emergence of the prime body. 2426 emergence of the prime body. Lin Luo was not interested in the variant blood peach blossom tree at all. However, when she saw that Su Zimo's expression was amiss, she did not say anything and observed silently at the side. Realizing that he had lost his composure, Su Zimo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Before long, his expression returned to normal. Although he thought of a possibility, it was not completely verified. Su Zimo asked, "What was the humanoid peach blossom spirit you mentioned earlier on, Commander Jiang? How did it cause a peach blossom tree immortal seedling to transform once more?" Jiang Xianyu said, "Throughout history, because of the characteristics of the peach blossom tree race, there have been very few precedents of them taking on human form. It has nothing to do with their cultivation realms. However, this peach blossom tree obtained some sort of opportunity and inherited some dermic Tao. To think that it can transform into a human at will. That's why the city lord calls it the peach blossom spirit." Lin Luo gradually reacted and frowned when she heard that. She could not help but say, "This peach blossom tree has already gained sentience and can even transform into a human. It's no different from a human. Isn't it way too cruel for Song Xian to use its blood to nourish and nurture other peach blossom trees?" "Fufu." Jiang Xianyu chuckled and said with a disdainful expression, "This peach blossom spirit merely ascended from the lower worlds with a lowly status. The fact that he's given this chance means that the city lord thinks highly of him. This is a gift for him from the city lord." At that point, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. Previously, he had heard Song Xian mention the blood peach blossom tree once. At that time, he did not think too much about it. Now that Jiang Xianyu mentioned it, he thought of Tao Yao. Tao Yao had ascended a long time ago, even before the prime body. However, there had been no news of him all these years. After all, the 9 firmament immortal domain and even the entire heavenly world were way too huge. Furthermore, the heavenly world was only one of the trichiliocosm. Su Zimo had once thought that Tao Yao might have ascended to the great wilderness because he was a demon. However, just now he suddenly thought of another possibility. There was an immortal peach tree in the jade firmament immortal domain that condensed heaven and earth essence chi. In this immortal domain, peach blossom trees were everywhere, and it was more probable that Tao Yao might have been guided here. The possibility of Tao Yao ascending to the jade firmament immortal domain was the greatest. So, those that ascended from the lower worlds are lowly. Lin Luo's expression turned cold. Jiang Xianyu raised his brow slightly, as though he had just recalled that Lin Luo's parents were both people who had ascended from the lower worlds. He explained I misspoke. Someone from the fiend domain. Lin Luo frowned. Jiang Xianyu said, "In recent years, a perfected fiend named Desolate Marshal has risen in the fiend domain. Have you heard of him?" "I have." Lin Luo nodded. News of the battle in the fiend domain 1,000 years ago spread through the heavenly world one after another. However, almost no one believed the rumors about the 10 heavenly tribulations, as well as how he destroyed a 1,000,000-strong fiend army single-handedly and killed 4 perfected fiends on the perfected fiend ranking, including the supreme perfected fiend. Everything sounded way too exaggerated and had already surpassed the common knowledge of the heavenly world. It was already the limit for an ancient great emperor to trigger 9 heavenly tribulations after entering the perfected one realm. How could there be a 10th heavenly tribulation? After discussing it for a while, many cultivators forgot about it and did not take it to heart. Jiang Xianyu continued, "The peach blossom spirit admitted personally that he came from the same place as Desolate Marshal and was once his Tao child. Since ancient times, immortals and fiends have always been irreconcilable. The fact that the city lord merely used the blood of the Tao child instead of killing him is already benevolent on the part of the city lord. At the side, Su Zimo, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly asked, "Where's the blood peach blossom tree?" "Why, are you interested?" Jiang Shenyu said, "Not today. The blood peach banquet of the day has already ended. I'll bring the two of you over tomorrow to take a look." "All right," Su Zimo replied and turned to leave. By the time he returned to his room, his expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent that was almost spewing out. Lin Luo was shocked when she saw Su Zimo's expression. She had never seen Su Zimo reveal such a terrifying killing intent. Lin Luo pondered for a moment and probed. "Why? You know that peach blossom spirit?" "Yes," Su Zimo replied and did not explain further. He went to the bed and assumed a lotus position, closing his eyes in deep thought. Initially, his plan was to leave this place with Lin Luo using the teleportation jade badge given to him by the sect master of the academy if the situation did not seem right. But now that he knew that Tao Yao was imprisoned and was undergoing immense torture, there was no way he could leave with Lin Luo alone. However, at the Blood Peach banquet tomorrow, there would definitely be many perfected immortals present with Song Xian hosting the event. Even if he could see Tao Yao, it would be difficult for him to save the latter. It was even more impossible for him to leave with Lin Luo and Tao Yao under the watchful gazes of Song Xian and the other perfected immortals. The Green Lotus True Body was only a grade 5 heaven immortal. Under such circumstances, his strength was limited. Furthermore, not only did he want to save Tao Yao, he wanted to take revenge for the latter. The situation here could only be resolved if the martial Dao Prime Body appeared. Under normal circumstances, the two true bodies cultivated separately without interfering with one another. Up till this point of his ascension, although the Green Lotus True Body had encountered countless dangers, he had never thought of alarming the martial Dao Prime Body. However, this matter involved Tao Yao and was extremely important. Su Zimo could not care less and called for the martial Dao Prime Body, who was far away in the Fiend Domain. Fiend Domain, Tianhuang sect. In the secret chamber where he cultivated, the martial Dao Prime Body suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light burst forth from his eyes before dissipating rapidly and returning to normal. Did something happen to Tao Yao? The martial Dao Prime Body stood up and pushed the door open. All these years he had been forging the true martial Dao Body and was at a critical juncture of seclusion. The true martial Dao Body was about to be cultivated to greater mastery. However, when he received the news, the martial Dao Prime Body did not hesitate at all and gave up on his chance to break through, breaking out of seclusion. Tao Yao's status in his heart was self-evident. On that night many years ago, when Dai Yu imparted her dermic Dao, Su Zimo was not the only one who entered the cultivation world. Tao Yao inherited the dermic Dao as well and synthesized with Xue Feng's soul to gain sentience. Tao Yao was not only an old friend of Tianhuang mainland, but also a kin who witnessed him step onto the path of cultivation and accompanied him to cultivate until he ascended. Su Zimo was definitely not willing to let Tao Yao get hurt at all. "Master, what happened?" At the entrance of the secret chamber, Heavenly Wolf was agitated by the killing intent of the martial Dao Prime Body and jolted awake, asking instinctively. The martial Dao Prime Body glanced sideways in the direction of Feng Santian's secret chamber in seclusion and pondered for a moment without waking him up. According to the news sent by the Green Lotus True Body, although there were many perfected immortals in Langfeng City, there were no immortal kings. If Feng Cantian followed and released the power of an immortal king, there was a high chance that the immortal king experts of the 12 palaces would be alarmed. At that time, the situation would be even more difficult to control. "I'm going out," the martial Dao Prime Body said before speeding into the distance. Soon, he arrived before the teleportation formation of Tianhuang sect and activated it. Before long, he arrived at the borders of the Fiend Domain and Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. The teleportation formations between the 9 firmament immortal domain were connected. As long as one had a sect badge and imprinted their spirit consciousness onto it, they could teleport freely. As for the martial Tao prime body, he was from the fiend domain and could not descend directly to the teleportation formation in Langfeng City. He could only arrive here indirectly before heading to Langfeng City. Chapter 24-27 24-27 5 City Lords 24-27 5 City Lords. In the City Lord's residence, Su Zimo and Lin Luo had their own troubles and did not say anything the entire night. The next morning, footsteps sounded from outside. Su Zimo and Lin Luo exchanged glances and stood up to push the door open. Standing at the entrance were Jiang Xinyu and a group of Imperial Army soldiers under his lead. "The 2 of you follow me," Jiang Xinyu said and led the way. Su Zimo and Lin Luo followed behind and walked for a while in the city Lord's residence before arriving at a gigantic palace. The design of the palace was a little strange. It was hollow in the middle. From the outside, one could see the center of the palace where the tip of an immortal peach tree was exposed. Under Jiang Xuanyou's lead, Su Zimo and Lin Luo entered the hall. The hall was noisy and bustling. At a glance, thousands of cultivators were gathered and discussing. Most importantly, the thousands of cultivators had powerful auras and were all perfected immortal experts. For the Blood Peach Banquet, this time round, Song Xian invited most of the perfected immortals in the 5 cities, and it was a grand scene. Thousands of perfected immortal experts were in the hall. Even if they did nothing, they would form an invisible and powerful aura. Given such a situation, any heaven immortal that appeared here would inevitably feel intimidated. The Imperial Army soldiers, who were heaven immortals behind Jiang Xinyu, did not dare to advance at all with fearful expressions. Jiang Xinyu sneered internally and looked toward Su Zimo and Lin Luo behind him, wanting to see the 2 of them embarrass themselves. However, the outcome disappointed him. Lin Luo had a calm expression. It was as though such a lineup could not suppress this young girl. Jiang Xinyu thought about it. After all, Lin Luo was the daughter of an immortal king and had followed him all year round. Naturally, she was experienced and knowledgeable. It was understandable that she had a strong will and a stable Tao heart. What puzzled him was why Su Zimo was so calm and composed as well. Although this lad was from Heaven and Earth Academy, he was only a grade 5 heaven immortal. How could an outer sect disciple deal with such a situation? At the front of the crowd stood 5 people. One of them was Song Xian, the city lord of Langfeng City. Jiang Xinyu led Su Zimo and Lin Luo over. Through the crowd, he could see that the peaches on the immortal peach tree had already formed with blood vessels and swayed slightly in a strange manner. "Brother Song, it's all thanks to you that I'm lucky enough to get the chance to taste a variant blood peach this time round." Among the 5 of them, a man in blue robes on the left had shoulder-length hair and waved a folding fan made of jade as he chuckled. "No problem," Song Xian said. "I'm naturally not going to enjoy a variant of such quality alone. The first people I thought of were the 4 of you." The other 4 smiled and expressed their thanks. Lin Luo sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo's spirit consciousness. The other 4 are the city lords of the remaining 4 cities of the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain. The blue-robed man on the outer left is the city lord of Chonghua City. People call him Young Master Lan Tian. The tall one on the left is the city lord of Xuanpu City, Hongshan. The person in the middle is Song Xian. The woman on Song Xian's right is the city lord of Jingzhou City, Fairy Nanyang. The skinny man on the outer right is the city lord of Tianyong City, Guxiao. Su Zimo nodded to himself. If he was not wrong, the 5 city lords should be the 5 strongest perfected immortals in the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain. According to the positions of the 5 of them, Song Xian should be the leader. 5 city lords of the jade, firmament, immortal domain were gathered. Su Zimo and Lin Luo followed behind Zhang Xianyu and passed by a group of perfected immortals before continuing forward. Now that they were closer, they could see things even clearer. Su Zimo's gaze passed by the 5 city lords. In the middle of the hall stood a stone pillar with a skinny figure tied to it by chains, leaning against it tightly. Although the figure's head was lowered and his disheveled hair covered most of his face, Su Zimo recognized at a glance that it was Tao Yao. Tao Yao looked even thinner than in the lower worlds. He was like a bag of bones, and his exposed skin was pale without any color. Even the chains that bound him were thicker than his arm. It was hard to imagine how much torture and pain he had endured over the years. Tao Yao was different from all the cultivators in the world. Up till this point of his cultivation, Tao Yao's hands had not been tainted by any blood. He had fought with others and even devoured a large amount of life force essence in blood to cultivate. However, he had never killed any living being, be it whether the other party was good or evil, immortal or fiend. Tao Yao had never killed them. No matter good or evil, which of the living beings of the 10,000 races that could ascend from the lower worlds did not have blood in their hands? Which of them didn't have corpses strewn beneath their feet? However, Tao Yao was a variable to begin with. He had never killed humans, and his body was not tainted by karma. Even if someone released the red lotus karmic fire on Tao Yao, it would be useless. Such a pure-hearted child who could not bear to kill and did not get involved in karma was enduring such pain at the moment. Immediately after, Su Zimo saw another scene and could not help but shudder with a cold, killing intent in his eyes. The immortal peach tree in the middle of the hall released slender branches that extended to the stone pillar and pierced into Tao Yao's body. Every single branch was like a bloodthirsty worm that was devouring Tao Yao's blood in huge mouthfuls. Tao Yao had long fainted. At that moment, he was trapped on the stone pillar, and his body twitched unconsciously. Even though Lin Luo and Tao Yao did not know one another, she could not help but frown as well when she saw that. Sensing the killing intent from Su Zimo, Lin Luo was alarmed and grabbed his hand hurriedly. Su Zimo glanced sideways with bloodshot eyes. Lin Luo looked into his eyes and shook her head gently, indicating for him to not be reckless. If Su Zimo were to rush forward and fight with all his might, he would be killed on the spot before he could even touch Song Xian's clothes. Any one of the thousands of perfected immortal experts was enough to kill Su Zimo. Su Zimo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying his best to compose himself. Indeed, the green lotus true body could not save Tao Yao and could only wait for the martial Dao prime body to descend. Even if the martial Dao prime body sped at full speed towards Langfeng City after he entered the jade firmament immortal domain, he would only arrive after a while. Although Su Zimo had retracted his killing intent, Song Xian's senses were extremely sharp. As though he sensed something, he turned back. After discovering nothing, Song Xian turned around and waved his hand, gently berating, "All right, that's enough. Don't suck this peach blossom spirit to death." The immortal peach tree seemed to understand what Song Xian meant. Although it was unwilling, it retracted its branches bit by bit. Instantly, a few bloodied holes appeared on Tao Yao's body. However, his physique was strong and his bloodline was extraordinary. Before long, the bloodied holes coagulated and stopped bleeding. Chapter 2428 2428 Calamity 2428 Calamity. When the city lord of Xuanpu City, Hongshan, saw that, a strange look flashed through his eyes. Realizing that Tao Yao was extraordinary, he suddenly said, "Brother Song, the blood peach blossom tree has already ripened. Since this peach blossom spirit is useless to you, how about giving it to me? Of course, I can use treasures in exchange. It depends on what you need, Brother Song." Song Xian smiled gently. Brother Hongshan, this peach blossom spirit is rare in the world, and its endowment and talent are all superior class. It's a priceless treasure, and I can't bear to give it to someone else." When he heard Song Xian's resolute tone, Hongshan burst into laughter and did not mention anything more. Song Xian turned around and looked at the thousands of perfected immortals who were already seated in the hall. He raised his voice and said, "Fellow Taoists, the number of blood peaches is limited. I apologize, but the blood peaches will have to be shared. City Lord Song, you're too kind." "Thank you, City Lord." Thousands of perfected immortals said softly. Song Xian beckoned, and a group of young women carrying jade trays entered the hall one after another. On the trays were sliced blood peaches. The surface of the fruit was filled with blood, and the juice was a sticky blood red. However, it emitted a rich fragrance and life force. Thousands of perfected immortals looked at the blood peaches on the tray with excited expressions and burning gazes. Even the fruits of an ordinary immortal peach tree could extend a cultivator's lifespan, strengthen their physique and true essence. A variant blood peach like this would definitely provide an even more obvious boost for everyone. Su Zimo's expression was cold, and he remained silent. Lin Luo looked at the blood peaches and frowned. At the thought that the blood peaches were born from the blood of the skinny boy, she felt disgusted, and a deep look of repulse flashed through her eyes. "The four of you don't have to worry." Song Xian looked at Hongshan, young Master Lan Tian, and the other two, and smiled. "Given our relationship, the four of you will naturally be able to get to taste a complete blood peach." "Thank you, Brother Song." Young Master Lan Tian waved his fan. Hongshan smacked his lips impatiently. Fairy Nanyang said softly, "Brother Song, we'll definitely do our best for the matter you entrusted us with today. Fellow Taoists, let me introduce you guys. This girl is the daughter of the Battle King and immortal Queen Linglong, Lin Lei's younger sister, Lin Luo." Song Xian beckoned to Lin Luo with a smile. "So that's her family background. That explains why she possesses such an extraordinary aura." Fairy Nanyang smiled gently and praised. "Yes, she's a beauty." Young Master Lan Tian nodded slightly. Hongshan grinned. "So, she's Lin Lei's sister. That explains why she looked so familiar. Speaking of which, I'm starting to miss your brother." The remaining city lord of Tianyong City, Gu Xiao, remained silent and said nothing. He merely raised his head to look at Lin Luo with an indifferent expression. Although the city lords praised her, Lin Luo could sense that there was something strange about the way they looked at her. "Greetings, city lords." Lin Luo cupped her fists. After all, they had not fallen out yet and had to be perfunctory on the surface. Fairy Nanyang swept her gaze across Su Zimo's face and asked, "Who is this young man? Why don't I recognize you at all?" "He is." Suddenly, Song Xian realized that he did not know Su Zimo's name yet. However, he was not interested in knowing either. Pausing for a moment, he said casually he's an inner sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. "Oh!" Fairy Nanyang smiled. "That explains why you look like a nerd, standing there with your cold expression without even bothering to greet us." The city lords had long detected that Su Zimo was only a grade 5 heaven immortal, and naturally did not take him seriously. Lin Luo could not help but ask, "My brother isn't here yet?" "Any time now." Song Xian smiled gently. "Don't worry. Today's blood peach banquet will only officially begin when your brother arrives. Of course, you and your brother will have a chance to taste the variant blood peaches that I painstakingly nurtured." "I don't want it." Lin Luo frowned. Right then, a maidservant had already brought a few complete blood peaches to Song Xian and the others. Hongshan took a blood peach first and wiped it roughly before smiling. "Little girl, this blood peach is a rare treasure in the world. If you eat one, it might help you advance a minor realm. Even so, I'm not eating it." Lin Luo's tone was decisive and her face was filled with resistance. Young Master Lan Tian and the others exchanged glances and sneered. Hong Shan could not help but urge, "Brother Song, let's not wait for Lin Lei anymore. Why don't we eat first?" Su Zimo, who was initially silent at the side, suddenly spoke and said coldly, "I advise you guys not to eat it either." That sudden voice seemed a little piercing in the peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. The initially noisy hall gradually quietened down. Everyone looked over. The gazes of thousands of perfected immortal experts landed on Su Zimo with an unimaginable might. "What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly." Hong Shan could not help but raise his brow. He glared at Su Zimo and asked in an unfriendly tone. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo said word by word, "It's best if you guys don't touch these blood peaches. Otherwise, you'll definitely encounter calamity." When young Master Lan Tian and the others saw how calm Su Zimo was, they suddenly felt guilty and uneasy. Song Xian was unmoved and asked indifferently, "What calamity? Please elaborate." Su Zimo said, "I heard that this blood peach blossom tree was born from the blood of that peach blossom spirit. That peach blossom spirit is a Tao child that served Desolate Marshal from the Fiend domain." "So," Song Xian continued asking. Su Zimo glared at Song Xian and said slowly, "Therefore, Desolate Marshal will definitely not let things go. He will definitely come and settle scores with you. No one who eats the blood peaches will be able to escape." The hall fell into a momentary silence. Immediately after, thunderous laughter burst forth. "Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter." When he mentioned a calamity, I wondered what it was given his morbid tone. To think that he was merely referring to Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain. What a fuss! That Desolate Marshal guy sure knows how to brag, claiming that he encountered the 10th tribulation when in reality he merely just advanced to the perfected One Realm. That's right. Yen Zue and the others must have died because of Fiend King, Heavenly Wrath. There's no way they died in his hands. In the hall, many perfected immortals discussed with smiles on their faces. They had relaxed expressions and were completely calm. Hong Shan rolled his eyes and bit the blood peach. His mouth was filled with blood as he cursed. "Desolate Marshal, huh? What bullshit! If he dares to look for me, I'll slap him to death." Fairy Nanyang heaved a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. When she thought about how she was almost scared by this grade 5 heaven immortal earlier on, she could not help but laugh self-deprecatingly. "Fufufu." Song Xian laughed as well and looked at Su Zimo with a mocking gaze, shaking his head. "Are all disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy so naive and ignorant? Do you know where we are?" Before Su Zimo could reply, Song Xian hollered, "Under your feet is Langfeng City, one of the 5 cities of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Right now, the Immortal Peach Banquet is ongoing alongside the competition for the Heaven ranking. There are 5 city lords holding down the fort with thousands of perfected immortals gathered, not to mention countless heaven immortals. No matter how bold Desolate Marshal is, there's no way he would dare to take half a step into Langfeng City." Chapter 2429. 2429 Tension. 2429 Tension. Little bookworm of Heaven and Earth Academy, let me tell you some common knowledge. Fairy Nanyang chuckled. Notwithstanding the fact that Desolate Marshal has just entered the perfected One Realm, throughout history, even among the previous supreme perfected fiends, there has never been anyone who dared to come to the 9 firmament immortal domain and behave atrociously. At the side, City Lord Guxiu suddenly spoke and said coldly, "Unless Desolate Marshal has a death wish." Right then, a deep voice sounded from outside the hall. "If Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain is willing to come to Langfeng City for the sake of a Tao child that served him, he must be quite an upright man." When she heard that voice, Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat and she was excited. However, there was a mixture of joy and worry on her face. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and burly man walking over in huge strides. His long hair danced, and he exuded a heroic aura with every step he took. This should be Lin Luo's brother, Lin Lei. Su Zimo muttered internally. Sizzle. The man dragged a pitch-black and heavy halberd in his hands. The sharp tip of the halberd streaked across the ground, and sparks flew with an ear-piercing sound. As the man dragged his halberd over with a domineering aura, many perfected immortal experts in the hall were stunned by his aura and froze on the spot for a moment. Only Song Xian and the other 4 city lords had calm expressions. In fact, there was even a hint of smugness and excitement in their eyes. Brother! Lin Luo shouted and wanted to advance. However, she was suddenly frozen on the spot by the might of a few powerful spirit consciousnesses and could not move. Lin Lei, you're too late. We've been waiting for a long time. Hong Shan burst into laughter. Young Master Lan Tian waved his jade fan gently and said with a smile, Brother Lin, you sure seem even more exuberant than when we last met at the previous 9 firmament meet. What are you guys doing? Sensing the actions of Song Xian and the others, Lin Lei's gaze froze and his expression darkened as he asked slowly. Song Xian chuckled. Lin Lei, I invited you to the Blood Peach banquet out of goodwill. Yet you barged in with the black mystic battle halberd with an intimidating stance. I was just about to ask you what you're trying to do. I'm here to take my sister home. Lin Lei's tone was resolute and firm, like metal clashing. As Lin Luo said that, she shifted her gaze, indicating for Lin Lei to save Su Zimo as well. Lin Lei glanced at Su Zimo from the corner of his eye and frowned. He did not even know if he could save Lin Luo this time round, let alone add another person. The siblings were telepathic. As though she could read Lin Lei's hesitation, Lin Luo said hurriedly, He came from the lower worlds as well and saved me. Lin Lei remained silent and did not comment. However, he thought otherwise. When he swept his gaze earlier on, he could tell that the cultivator called Su Zimo was only a grade 5 heaven immortal. Given Lin Luo's capabilities, why would she need a grade 5 heaven immortal to save her when she had the 9 palace subtle steps? Lin Lei was certain that Lin Luo was lying. However, she was so nervous about this person that she even lied to cover things up. What was her relationship with this person? Could it be? A thought flashed through Lin Lei's mind as he looked at Su Zimo with scrutiny and even resistance. This person looked extremely weak, and his physique and bloodline should be relatively underwhelming. His cultivation realm was not high, and he looked ordinary overall. In his opinion, this person was naturally far from worthy of his sister. Furthermore, Lin Lei had just heard Su Zimo threatening Song Xian and the others that desolate marshal of the fiend domain would come and that a calamity was imminent. Although this action might be out of justice, it was way too childish. Why would desolate marshal of the fiend domain attack Langfeng City of the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain for the sake of a Dao child? Even if desolate marshal was here, how could he pose any threat to the perfected immortals in the hall, let alone bring about a calamity? This lad's cultivation realm was not high and he was not capable. Yet he was nerdy, reckless, and childish. Lin Lei had a bad first impression of Su Zimo. When he saw how worried Lin Luo was about defending this lad, Lin Lei's impression of Su Zimo decreased further. There's no hurry to go home. Fairy Nanyang smiled. The blood peaches are ready, and we were waiting for you to arrive before we officially begin. It won't be too late to head back after the blood peach banquet. At the banquet, many perfected immortals had already begun to taste the blood peaches. What blood peach banquet? I'm not interested. Lin Lei replied coldly and glared at Song Xian with an unfriendly expression. Let my sister go. Why? Song Xian's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes slightly. His tone turned cold as well. As the city lord of Langfeng City, I'm inviting you to a banquet along with many perfected immortal experts of the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain. Yet you don't intend to stay, Brother Lin? Lin Lei, you sure are arrogant. Do you really think that the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain can't do anything to you? Gu Xiao hollered coldly and smashed the jade plate in his hands onto the ground, causing it to shatter. Many perfected immortal experts at the banquet stood up one after another and released powerful auras. They placed their palms on their storage bags and glared at Lin Lei with unfriendly gazes. Instantly, tension engulfed the hall. An unimaginable pressure descended on Lin Lei. Lin Lei's expression was unchanged, but he gripped the black, mystic battle halberd even tighter. The current situation was even more dangerous than he had imagined. If it was against Song Xian alone, he would naturally be fearless. However, with the 5 city lords gathered here, he would definitely not be a match for them if they joined forces. Furthermore, there were thousands of perfected immortal experts. He could not withstand the immense pressure and could only take a step back temporarily. Lin Lei took a deep breath of air. I can take part in the Blood Peach banquet, but you guys have to let go of Lin Luo and let her come to my side. That won't do. Song Xian laughed. Brother Lin, if you renege on your words at the last minute and take out a treasure, like a teleportation jade talisman, to leave with Sister Lin Luo, we won't be able to stop you. Lin Lei was secretly frustrated. Initially, he had intended to tear the teleportation jade talisman and return to the green firmament immortal domain with Lin Luo so that he would not get entangled with Song Xian and the others. However, Song Xian and the others seemed to have read his mind and did not give him the chance at all. Lin Lei asked in a deep voice, "When will the Blood Peach banquet end?" "That's hard to say." Song Xian smiled. "That depends on you, Brother Lin." "What do you mean?" Lin Lei asked with a frown. Song Xian said leisurely, "I heard that the Battle King is severely injured and immortal Queen Linglong is guarding him. Right now, the Battle Kingdom is troubled both internally and externally and is in a precarious situation. I'm extremely worried as well. I have a suggestion that can help the Battle Kingdom tide through the crisis." Lin Lei merely looked at Song Xian in silence. Song Xian continued, "I have a younger brother who's still young and is already a grade 4 heaven immortal. He can be considered as a paragon. I saw that your sister is around the same age as my brother and their cultivation realms are similar. Why don't we let them become Tao companions? It's a match made in heaven. The Battle King and immortal Queen Linglong are too busy to leave their posts. However, elder brothers are like fathers. Brother Lin, as long as you agree to let your sister become Tao companions with my brother, you can naturally leave with her after the marriage." "Amazing!" Hongshan clapped and smiled. The two of them can be considered as a golden couple. They are a perfect match and are of equal status. With such a marriage alliance, the Battle Kingdom will be able to obtain the absolute support of Brother Song as well. Chapter 2430. Chapter 2430 Joining Forces. Chapter 2430 Joining Forces. Lin Luo was anxious and worried that Lin Lei would agree to things in a moment of foolishness. In a hurry, she said no. "I already have a Tao companion. It's him." She looked at Su Zimo beside her. "What kind of a joke is this?" Song Xian could not help but laugh in disapproval. Given his experience, he could naturally tell that Lin Luo was still a virgin. Lin Luo defended, "The two of us have already decided on staying together for life." "That's enough." Lin Lei hollered and glared at Su Zimo. Thereafter, he looked at Song Xian and the others coldly and said slowly, "The affairs of the Battle Kingdom will naturally be settled by our Lin family. We don't need outsiders to help us. We won't sacrifice Lin Luo in exchange for anyone's support. That useless brother of yours isn't even worthy of carrying my sister's shoes." At that moment, Lin Lei could tell that Song Xian and the others had no intention of letting them leave so easily. The marriage alliance was merely an excuse. Oh! Young Master Lan Tian smiled sinisterly and said mockingly, "From your tone, it seems like you don't fancy Brother Song's younger brother. How about this? How about letting me have your sister? Your sister looks adorable. I'll definitely dote on her after she's given to me." The crowd burst into laughter. Lin Luo's face flushed red in anger. This was no longer just teasing her in front of Lin Lei. This was an insult to the Lin family. Everyone knew that young Master Lan Tian had many concubines. Lin Luo was the daughter of 2 immortal kings after all. How could she end up in such a state? Lan Tian. Lin Lei lowered his head slightly and called out softly, "Why?" Young Master Lan Tian smiled. "You must have a death wish." Lin Lei raised his head suddenly, and his tiger eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He raised the black mystic battle halberd with one hand and drew a semicircle in midair, slashing down viciously at young Master Lan Tian, who was not far away. Although young Master Lan Tian seemed to be relaxed, he was already tense. The moment Lin Lei made a move, he reacted right away and tapped his feet on the ground while retreating. Brother Lin's getting anxious. Young Master Lan Tian chuckled. If Lin Lei continued to endure, the few of them would go even further. Today, the 5 of them wanted to force Lin Lei to make a move so as to retain the siblings in Langfeng City. Young Master Lan Tian avoided the sharpness of the black mystic battle halberd and channeled his Dao fruit. A halo appeared behind his head, and the feather fan in his hand spread. True essence gathered on the folding fan ribs and condensed into sword qi that burst forth, speeding towards Lin Lei. Young Master Lan Tian did not dare to be careless and did not hold back the moment he attacked. Channeling his Dao fruit to fight, Lin Lei flicked his wrist, and the black mystic battle halberd drew a beautiful arc. Clang! 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 The black mystic battle halberd blocked all the sword qi released by young Master Lan Tian and let out a crisp sound. "Let's see how many moves you can last." Lin Lei hollered, and his aura intensified. He strode forward and raised the black mystic battle halberd. His moves expanded and enveloped young Master Lan Tian. The black mystic battle halberd was imbued with a powerful and condensed true essence and was incomparably berserk. The power released with every strike was too strong, and the surrounding void would distort and tremble with every swipe of the halberd. Cowardice engulfed young Master Lan Tian, and he did not dare to take it head-on. The moment Lin Lei attacked, he gained the upper hand and crushed young Master Lan Tian, not giving the latter any chance to catch his breath. The space to survive under the black mystic battle halberd became increasingly cramped. In less than 10 moves, young Master Lan Tian was forced to fight Lin Lei head-on. Young Master Lan Tian shuddered and his arm ached, trembling slightly. Boom! 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 After a slight pause, the 2 of them exchanged blows once more, and supreme divine powers burst forth one after another, clashing in midair with terrifying aftershocks. In the hands of perfected immortals, the same supreme divine power could release a might way stronger than heaven immortals, using the condensed true essence of the Dao fruit. Even though Su Zimo was not a perfected immortal, he could tell that young Master Lan Tian would definitely lose if the battle continued. Ha ha ha! Right then, Hong Shan burst into laughter and took out a copper spear from his storage bag. With a single leap, he arrived in midair. "Brother Lin, you sure are capable. You make me itch for battle. Let me give it a try." Hong Shan channeled his blood qi, and his entire body swelled. His clothes tore, revealing a body that seemed to be made of molten metal as he raised his copper spear and punched towards Lin Lei. When he saw that, Lin Luo could not help but shout, "You're all city lords of the 5 immortal cities. How dare you fight 2 against 1? How shameless!" "Little girl, that's where you're wrong." Fairy Nanyang chuckled. "Your brother was clearly the one who came over to cause trouble. Who can he blame since he was the one who attacked first? This isn't a fight for the perfected immortal ranking. Who said that we have to fight one-on-one? Gu Xiu said coldly. Lin Luo was furious and hollered, "You guys are twisting the facts." Song Xian smirked and said proudly with his hands behind his back, "Girl, let me teach you a lesson today. There's no such thing as right or wrong in this world. If I'm strong enough, I can control everything. I'm the one who determines who is right or wrong." Boom! A tall figure landed heavily on the ground of the hall, creating a huge pit as dust billowed. Hong Shan, who had just charged forward, was sent flying by Lin Lei's halberd. He stood up from the dust and twisted his neck, letting out a crisp sound. Green veins popped up on Hong Shan's neck, and the wounds on his body healed quickly. He glared at Lin Lei's figure with an even more excited expression and shouted again. Impressive. Gu Xiu harumphed coldly and leaped into the air. A cold sword circled around him and charged towards Lin Lei. "I'll join in the fun as well." Fairy Nanyang chuckled and attacked at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 4 city lords joined the battle. "You guys!" Lin Luo clenched his fists and glared angrily. "Come on." In midair, Lin Lei hollered and his black hair danced wildly as he channeled his blood chi to its limits. After the sound of the tsunami, 9 dragon roars reverberated through the world. Roar, roar, roar. Blood chi surged around Lin Lei, and 9 lifelike, divine dragons were formed. Their claws were sharp and their heads were menacing. They were murderous and their might rumbled. Su Zimo had seen Lin Luo release the bloodline phenomenon of the 9 dragons once. However, although they were both bloodline phenomenons, Lin Lei's burst was clearly much stronger than Lin Luo's. Lin Lei's blood chi and physique were extremely strong, and his melee combat strength was unusually ferocious. After releasing his bloodline phenomenon, Lin Lei released another for immortal cities. Supreme divine power, 3 heads, 6 arms. His combat strength increased exponentially as he fought against the city lords of the 4 immortal cities. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 city lords released their bloodline phenomenons as well. For them to be able to sit in the position of the city lord, they could be considered as the strongest few perfected immortals of the Jade, Firmament, immortal domain. All of them had cultivated bloodline phenomenons. Instantly, a few different bloodline phenomenons clashed in midair in an extremely tragic manner. Although Lin Lei was fighting 1 against 4, he fought fiercer and fiercer without being disadvantaged at all. However, against the encirclement of the 4 city lords, it was extremely difficult for Lin Lei to break through their combined attack as well. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Although Lin Lei was not disadvantaged and seemed to be maintaining the balance, in reality, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for him. Right now, it was only the 4 city lords joining forces. If Song Xian or any other perfected immortal were to join the fray, Lin Lei would definitely not be able to hold out and would definitely lose. Chapter 2431. Chapter 2431, Accept Your Fate. Chapter 2431, Accept Your Fate. The battle continued and intensified. The city lords of the 5 cities of the Jade, Firmament, immortal domain were not like the other ordinary perfected immortals in the hall. Instead, they were top-tier experts qualified to fight for the perfected immortal ranking at the 9 Firmament immortal meet. Lin Lei's combat strength was heaven-defying and his physique was shocking. Despite his high consumption, he could still fight against the 4 city lords and remain undefeated. Both parties were in a stalemate after a long battle, and neither of them could break out of the situation within a short period of time. Su Zimo was puzzled. Lin Lei's trump cards were endless, and his talent in combat was indeed far superior to others. However, right from the beginning, Lin Lei had not released that mysterious footwork. In the past, when Su Zimo's life was hanging by a thread, he was inspired and was lucky to use it once. He knew very well how powerful that mysterious footwork was. If he were to use that footwork, Lin Lei would definitely be able to break the current stalemate. Su Zimo glanced at Lin Luo beside him and sent a voice transmission with a spirit consciousness, asking the question in his mind. You mean the 9 palace subtle steps? Lin Luo was surprised. I've seen you use it once before. So, you don't know the origin of this footwork? Su Zimo nodded. Even so, Lin Luo explained patiently, the 9 palace subtle steps is a secret skill that Mother could only master after obtaining an ancient inheritance. This secret skill is complicated and mysterious. Mother once imparted it to Father, Brother, and me. Father and Brother are both people with extraordinary talent and heaven-defying comprehension, but they still couldn't understand the crux of it. There's such a strange thing. Su Zimo was extremely surprised. He did not understand Lin Lei. However, for the human monarch to be able to rise against the tides in Tianhuang mainland and lead the human race to create a glorious era, his talent, opportunities, and comprehension were naturally 1 in a billion. However, even senior human monarch could not comprehend the 9 palace subtle steps. This could not be a matter of comprehension and endowment. Lin Luo continued, the 9 palace subtle steps involves a wide range of techniques, including astrology, yin and yang, the 5 elements, prognostication, and many other dharmic daos. The calculations are precise and fine. Yet, it's strange. I didn't cultivate the 9 palace subtle steps for long before I was able to master it. Pausing for a moment, Lin Luo asked curiously, what's up with you being able to release the 9 palace subtle steps, though? Initially, I thought that my mother had imparted it to you. No. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. Back then, I only managed to release it by a freak coincidence. How can there be a coincidence as such? Lin Luo's eyes widened. After a while, she continued, my brother inherited more of my father's dharmic Tao, while I inherited more of my mother's dharmic Tao. Su Zimo nodded to himself. From this battle, it could be seen that Lin Lei's moves were ferocious, wide, and torrential, resembling the glory of the human monarch in the past. Su Zimo recalled something and instructed, if there's a chance later, leave as soon as possible with your brother. Don't worry about me. I have a teleportation jade badge in my storage bag, and I can leave at any moment. Lin Luo was puzzled. Just as she was about to ask, Song Xian's expression changed. Although he could not hear what Su Zimo and Lin Luo were talking about, he could sense an extremely dense spirit consciousness fluctuation between the two of them. Without any warning, Song Xian suddenly turned around and grabbed Lin Luo by the throat, lifting the latter up from the ground. Against the pressure of Song Xian's spirit consciousness, Su Zimo could not move at all. Ah! Lin Luo exclaimed. Lin Lei, who was in the midst of the battle, sensed something and caught sight of this from the corner of his eye. He could not help but feel enraged, and his blood surged as he roared, Song Xian, let go of her! In a battle of this level, both parties were top-tier experts and could not afford to be distracted. Lin Lei was worried about his sister's safety. In his distraction, he revealed an opening and was grabbed by the 4 city lords. They attacked at the same time and released incomparably ferocious attacks. Song Xian let go of Lin Luo and smiled. Naturally, he would not really hurt Lin Luo. He merely wanted to make use of Lin Luo to distract Lin Lei. Poof! 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 The head and arms conjured by 3 heads 6 arms were ruptured by the attacks of the 4 city lords one after another, turning into streams of true essence that dissipated on the spot. The tides had reversed instantly. Even so, Lin Lei could still defend against the ferocious attacks of the 4 city lords with his powerful blood qi and heaven-defying combat strength. Jade, shattering palm. Right then, a soft call sounded from the battlefield. Song Xian had finally attacked. His timing was extremely precise. When he attacked, Lin Lei was at his weakest after defending against the encirclement of the 4 city lords. Song Xian slapped out with his palm and true essence condensed. Boundless jade qi spilled out and enveloped Lin Lei, freezing him continuously. Instantly, Lin Lei's body was covered by a jade luster, and he seemed to have transformed into a jade statue that could not move at all. Piak! Song Xian slapped down. The jade shattered. Lin Lei landed heavily on the ground and got up. Before he could do anything, his body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood he spat out fell to the ground and turned solid like jade. Brother! Lin Luo cried tragically. However, she was suppressed on the spot by Jiang Xianyu and could not advance at all. She could only watch helplessly. Lin Lei's face was pale and his body swayed. Gripping the black mystic battle halberd tightly with both hands, he barely managed to support his body and not kneel down. Fu. Song Xian chuckled. Lin Lei, it's already impressive that you survived my jade-shattering palm. Do you still want to fight? Young Master Lan Tian and the other 3 descended from midair as well, looking at Lin Lei with mocking gazes. At that moment, Lin Lei's bloodline was transforming continuously, slowing down and turning jade-like. If his entire bloodline was assimilated, he would have to abandon this body. Despicable scum. Lin Lei cursed angrily. As a city lord, you ambushed him from the back. How shameless. The victor's reign, and it's useless no matter what you say. Song Xian pouted and sneered in disapproval. Lin Lei said coldly, so what if I lose? If you dare to kill me, the few of you can dream about living as well. Brother Lin, you must be joking. Why do I need your life? Song Xian smiled. The 2 of you are merely bait. You. Lin Lei's expression changed, and his heart sank as he thought of a possibility. The purpose of these people was to get his mother to rush over. At that time, if the immortal kings of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain were alarmed, not only would their families be destroyed, even the Battle Kingdom would be completely annihilated. Have you finally guessed it? Song Xian's smile intensified. Lin Luo understood as well and suddenly shouted, Brother, hurry and leave! Tell Mother not to come over and protect Father and the Battle Kingdom. Don't worry about me. Lin Lei looked at Lin Luo with a pained and conflicted expression. It's too late. None of you will be able to escape. Song Xian did not stop Lin Luo's reminder and merely shook his head with a mocking expression. Young Master Lan Tian and the others released their spirit consciousnesses, one after another, and locked onto Lin Lei. As long as the latter made any strange movements, they would attack immediately. They would not even give Lin Lei a chance to make use of his teleportation jade talisman to escape. Song Xian raised his head slightly and looked down at Lin Lei, saying proudly, Lin Lei, from the moment you arrived here, the outcome of the Lin family and the Battle Kingdom was already decided and no one can change it. Accept your fate. A look of confusion, helplessness, and despair flashed through Lin Lei's eyes as he gradually released his grip on the black mystic battle halberd. Right then, a purple-robed man entered the hall. Chapter 2432. Chapter 2432, I'm desolate, Marshal. Chapter 2432, I'm desolate, Marshal. In the hall, many perfected immortals savored the blood peaches at the table while watching the 5 city lords teach Lin Lei and his sister a lesson. From time to time, they would chuckle and discuss, toasting one another in a joyous manner. Right then, a breeze blew past, and many cultivators could not help but shudder. At the perfected immortal realm, even supreme divine powers would not be able to cause them to react, let alone cold winds. Bloody hell, what's going on? A cultivator mumbled. Suddenly, he swept his gaze and caught sight of purple robes floating past him. Instinctively, he raised his head and saw a purple-robed man passed by him. The purple-robed man wore a cold silver mask and looked strange, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. "Who are you?" The perfected immortal shouted instinctively. Suddenly, the purple-robed man stopped in his tracks and turned around. The cold silver mask faced the person, and the eyes behind the mask looked at the half-eaten blood peach on the person's jade plate. Was the peach delicious? The purple-robed man suddenly asked. The perfected immortal expert felt chills run down his spine from the purple-robed man's gaze. For some reason, he felt timid and said instinctively, "Why, Piak." Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime body raised his hand and slapped the person on the face. Before the perfected immortal could react, his head was shattered and exploded instantly. His essence spirit was destroyed, and he died on the spot. A perfected immortal at the side was savoring a blood peach when he realized that his face was splashed with scorching blood and looked up instinctively. "You." The person's eyes widened in rage as he glared at the purple-robed man. Just as he was about to speak and question sternly, he only had time to say a single word before the purple-robed man's palm slapped down. It was too fast. "Piak." The person felt a sharp pain in his head, and his vision turned black before he lost consciousness. Right in front of everyone, the head of the perfected immortal was shattered by the purple-robed man. In the blink of an eye, 2 perfected immortals died on the spot. The purple-robed man seemed oblivious to killing 2 perfected immortals in succession and continued forward as though he was stepping on 2 ants. With that, even Song Xian and the other 4 city lords, Lin Lei and Lin Luo, looked over, let alone the other perfected immortals in the hall. "Who is that? How dare you behave so brazenly in Langfeng City without revealing your true appearance?" 2 perfected immortal experts leaped up with murderous auras. Halos shone behind their heads as they channeled their Tao fruits and summoned their sentient dermic treasures, charging towards the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not stop in his tracks and waved his hand gently in a nonchalant manner as though he was chasing away mosquitoes. The 2 perfected immortal experts suddenly stopped in midair motionlessly. Xing! 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 The next moment, in front of everyone, the bodies of the 2 perfected immortals seemed to have been sliced into 2 from the middle by an invisible blade. Fresh blood spewed and countless smelly organs flowed out, splattering on the ground. Pissed, many perfected immortals gasped as their pupils constricted. To be able to cultivate to this realm and live for hundreds of thousands of years, everyone had naturally seen countless storms. However, such a scene was indeed unprecedented. What died were not ants, but perfected immortal experts, just like them. However, the process of the purple-robed man killing the perfected immortal experts was so effortless. The purple-robed man crossed the corpses of 2 perfected immortals and a blood mist. However, he was not tainted by any blood and was surrounded by a netherworldly aura, as though he was an emissary from the depths of hell. Everyone could sense that the power released by the purple-robed man did not surpass the perfected one realm. In other words, this person was not an immortal king. That was also the reason why many perfected immortals were calm and did not panic. After all, there were thousands of perfected immortal experts in the hall. Furthermore, the city lords of the 5 immortal cities were holding down the fort. Although the 5 city lords felt their hearts skip a beat, they calmed down quickly. The perfected one realm was divided into Convergence, Celestial Being, Hollow Nether, and Paradise Void. Among the 4 perfected immortals who died earlier on, the strongest were no more than at the Celestial Being realm. There was a huge difference between them and peak perfected immortal experts. The difference between the 5 of them and those perfected immortal experts was worlds apart. Furthermore, this was Langfeng City, one of the 5 immortal cities of the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain. What could this person do? Song Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Are you here for the Lin siblings? Lin Lei frowned and exchanged glances with Lin Luo with a lost expression. They had no impression of the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man said indifferently, "You don't recognize me despite capturing someone under me?" "You are." Song Xian's heart skipped a beat as though he recalled something, and his expression changed. "I'm Desolate Marshal." The Marshal Tao Prime Body said. The moment those words were said, it exploded in the crowd in the hall. Many perfected immortal experts were shocked and had bewildered expressions. Lin Lei was stunned on the spot as well. Disbelief filled his eyes as he murmured, "He actually dares to come?" Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. So he's Desolate Marshal. I should have thought of that when I saw that silver mask. How is that possible? Why would Desolate Marshal dare to come? Is he truly not afraid of death? The perfected immortals had grim expressions and placed their palms on their storage bags one after another. Not daring to be careless, they released their spirit consciousnesses and scanned their surroundings. Everyone thought that if Desolate Marshal arrived, he would definitely bring an army of fiend cultivators with him. Song Xian and the other city lords of the 5 immortal cities searched continuously as well, but they could not find any traces of fiend cultivators. "Tell me, how many people did you bring?" Young Master Lan Tian waved his folding fan gently and asked coldly, "I alone am enough to kill all of you." The tone of the Marshal Tao Prime Body was indifferent, as though he was stating an irrefutable fact. Ha ha ha. Hong Shan could not help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, he raised his copper spear and pointed it at the Marshal Tao Prime Body, almost piercing the latter's face. The Marshal Tao Prime Body did not move at all, nor did he dodge or avoid, as though he could not sense the threat of the copper spear. "Desolate Marshal, who do you think you are?" Hong Shan laughed menacingly. Even the supreme perfected immortal of the 9 firmament immortal domain, supreme arhat of the pure land and supreme perfected fiend of the fiend domain, wouldn't dare to boast as such. "Once I swing this copper spear, your head will be smashed. How many lives do you think you have?" The Marshal Tao Prime Body did not reply, and 2 blinding divine lights burst forth from his eyes behind the silver mask. "This is bad." Hong Shan was alarmed and raised his copper spear instinctively, wanting to stop the Marshal Tao Prime Body. The Marshal Tao Prime Body strode forward and punched. Bang! The punch struck the middle of the copper spear. Hong Shan shuddered and his eyes widened. He felt a destructive and terrifying power surge into his body through the copper spear. His palm was torn and blood gushed out. He could not hold on to the copper spear at all and could not feel his entire arm. Chapter 2433. Chapter 2433, Young Master? Chapter 2433, Young Master. The copper spear was sent flying by a punch from the Marshal Tao Prime Body and smashed into Hong Shan's embrace. Crackle! Hong Shan's chest caved in, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard instantly. Countless broken bones pierced his organs, heart and lungs. Hong Shan opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The copper spear was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. Although Hong Shan's physique was strong, he could not withstand the impact of the pure yang spirit treasure. His entire body was almost smashed into pieces by his copper spear. Before Hong Shan could catch his breath, he felt a shadow envelop him. The Marshal Tao Prime Body was like a shadow and had already arrived. "Save me!" Hong Shan roared and channeled his essence spirit wildly, wanting to release a teleportation technique to escape from the spot. It was way too terrifying. He had not expected Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain to be so decisive and release such a terrifying power that he could not defend against it all. Song Xian and the other 3 were shocked as well. The four of them had not expected Hong Shan to lose so quickly. Back then, even against a strong foe like Lin Lei, Hong Shan was not affected much after he was repelled. But now, Desolate Marshal had nearly taken Hong Shan's life with a single punch. Song Xian, Fairy Nanyang, Gu Xiao, and young Master Lan Tian hurriedly summoned their spirit treasures and channeled their Dao fruits to condense divine powers and secret skills, prepared to encircle the martial Dao prime body and save Hong Shan. This time round, even Song Xian did not stand by idly, prepared to join forces with the other four city lords. The martial Dao prime body ignored Song Xian and the others completely. He merely glared at Hong Shan, who was retreating, and suddenly opened his mouth. Instantly, Song Xian and the others felt uneasy. Song Xian, Gu Xiao, and young Master Lan Tian were the fastest to react. They opened their mouths and released sound domain secret skills. Roar! The moment the sound domain secret skills of the three city lords were released, a deafening roar burst forth from the mouth of the martial Dao prime body with endless might. The sound domain secret skills of the three city lords were drowned by the roar instantly. The only thing left in everyone's ears was the roar of the billions of living beings. Myriad beings sound. One after another, visible ripples spread rapidly through the hall, enveloping Song Xian first before continuing to spread. Song Xian and the other four were the closest to the martial Dao prime body and were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. It was still all right for Song Xian, Gu Xiao, and young Master Lan Tian. After all, they released their sound domain secret skills in advance to defend and neutralize most of the power. Fairy Nanyang could not react in time and was struck head-on by the myriad being's sound. Her body stiffened and her gaze dimmed as her essence, spirit in her consciousness, shattered. Before the city lord of Jingzhou City could release any divine powers or secret skills, she was roared to death by the martial Dao prime body. Although Song Xian and the other two managed to survive, they felt dizzy as well. Their ears buzzed and the divine powers and secret skills in their hands dissipated. The three of them were shocked and could not be bothered to help Hong Shan. They retreated one after another and tried their best to distance themselves from the martial Dao prime body. Hong Shan relied on his powerful physique to withstand the impact of the myriad beings' sound. However, blood oozed from all 7 orifices, and he had a tragic expression. His teleportation process was interrupted as well, and his body stiffened, causing his movement technique to pause for a moment. That momentary pause was enough for the martial Dao prime body. Bang! The next moment, the martial Dao prime body arrived and shattered Hong Shan's head with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 city lords were dead. The impact of the myriad beings' sound was not over yet, generating further influence and unimaginable lethality. Even the 5 city lords could not defend against the sound domain secret skill. Although the other perfected immortals were slightly further away, they were affected as well. The dozens of perfected immortal experts closest to the martial Dao prime body exploded into blood mists, and their essence spirits were destroyed. More than 200 perfected immortal experts shuddered, and their skin and flesh exploded. They fell to the ground one after another, and blood flowed. In the consciousnesses of the perfected immortals, their essence spirits were already shaken to death. The other perfected immortals suffered different degrees of impact as well. Thankfully, they managed to survive and channeled their Dao fruits and blood qi to condense secret skills to defend. The spirit consciousness pressure that was initially restricting Su Zimo and Lin Luo dissipated as well. At first, Lin Lei was alarmed, thinking that Lin Luo would definitely die from such an impact. Lin Luo was not far from the location of Desolate Marshal and was only a grade 6 heaven immortal. If even a perfected immortal could not withstand it, how could Lin Luo be spared? However, to his surprise, The ripples released by the myriad beings' sound swept past him and Lin Luo, but did not cause any damage to them. The myriad beings' sound seemed to be avoiding the two of them intentionally. How could that be? Lin Lei recalled some information about Desolate Marshal, and his heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, I heard that this person established Tianhuang sect. Could it be that he's also from Tianhuang, mainland of the lower worlds? Lin Luo was confused as well and froze on the spot. Now is the time. Suddenly, Lin Luo heard a soft shout. Su Zimo pushed her towards Lin Lei and whispered, Remember what I said. Hurry and leave. Lin Luo jolted awake and recalled that Su Zimo had previously instructed her to leave this place with Lin Lei if there was a chance. This was indeed the best opportunity. The attention of the remaining 3 city lords was entirely on Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. They already had a chance to escape from this place and return to the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Just as Lin Luo was about to say something, Su Zimo had already turned and fled, speeding towards the courtyard in the middle of the hall. In the courtyard, Tao Yao, who was tied to a stone pillar, had already awakened under the vibration of the myriad beings' sound. He tried his best to raise his head and look over. In his eyes was a familiar figure sprinting towards him in the chaotic battlefield with a resolute gaze. Tao Yao could not believe his eyes. After he ascended, he encountered countless hardships and dangers. In fact, he was even trapped here and bled to nourish another peach blossom tree. Initially, he thought that he would die here. However, to think that after he was awakened by a roar, he opened his eyes and saw the figure that had accompanied him for many years in the small town of Tianhuang, mainland. Unknowingly, Tao Yao's eyes welled up and his vision gradually blurred. He was anxious, but his body was restricted and he could not free his palm. He could only blink his eyes hard, wanting to see the figure as clearly as possible. Before long, the figure arrived before him. Tao Yao tried his best to open his eyes and identify it. His lips trembled slightly as he called out in a testing manner, "Young master!" "It's me." Su Zimo smiled. "I've finally found you. I'll save you." When he heard that familiar voice, Tao Yao seemed to have found a place to vent the grievances he had suffered over the years. Bead-sized tears rolled down his face like a fountain. Su Zimo's heart ached when he saw Tao Yao cry. Tao Yao guarded Pingyang town in Tianhuang, mainland silently and stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had never suffered such harm and grievances. The upper world that countless living beings yearned for was not attractive to Tao Yao. If not for him, why would Tao Yao have ascended to this place? "I'm sorry I was late." Su Zimo felt guilty and whispered. He reached out with both hands and snapped the chains on Tao Yao's body. Chapter 2434. Chapter 2434 Shocked to Death with a Punch. Chapter 2434 Shocked to Death with a Punch. Su Zimo looked at Tao Yao, who was as skinny as a matchstick and had a withered yellow face, and his killing intent surged. The two true bodies were telepathic. Although the martial Tao Prime body was on the battlefield, he could sense the emotions in the Green Lotus true body's heart. His gaze turned colder, and his killing intent surged. Desolate Marshal, this is one of the 5 immortal cities of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. You barged into this place and started a massacre. Don't even think about leaving alive today. Young Master Lan Tian shouted. You consider this a massacre. In a flash, the martial Tao Prime body walked toward Song Xian, Young Master Lan Tian, and Gu Xiao, and said sinisterly, "Not even close." Solitary Cloud Peak. Gu Xiao withdrew his pure yang spirit treasure from his storage bag and tossed it in midair. He channeled his Tao fruit, and a mountain peak expanded rapidly, forming a gigantic shadow that suppressed the martial Tao Prime body. Even when he dealt with Lin Lei earlier on, he did not use this pure yang spirit treasure. At the same time, Gu Xiu released divine powers and secret skills that augmented the solitary cloud peak. 9 burn marks shone continuously on the mountain peak, and its strength increased exponentially with a terrifying might. Against the envelopment of a solitary cloud peak, the figure of the martial Tao prime body seemed extremely tiny like dust. Boom! When the solitary cloud peak descended, the martial Tao prime body did not even raise his head or look at the mountain peak. He merely sprinted forward and raised his arm, spreading his palm to support the mountain peak barehanded. The next moment, many perfected immortals witnessed an incomparably shocking scene. The martial Tao prime body carried a majestic and massive mountain peak with one hand and walked through the air. His speed did not decrease at all, and he was ferocious. Incinerating moon slash. Young Master Lan Tian conjured a secret skill and released a cold beam of light that burned with flames. At the same time, he summoned the folding fan in his hands and fused it with the secret skill, slashing towards the martial Tao prime body. Clang! Without even looking, the martial Tao prime body tossed the solitary cloud peak over. Boom! 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 The incinerating moon slash collided against the solitary cloud peak and let out a series of explosions, causing the ground to quake. The power of the martial Tao prime body's toss was way too strong and destroyed the incinerating moon slash in the blink of an eye. The gigantic mountain peak slammed towards young Master Lan Tian. Jade, shattering palm. At the same time, Song Xian arrived and his timing was still perfect. This was the moment when the martial Tao prime body attacked consecutively and was still reeling back from his previous attack. His palm was shrouded by a layer of jade as he slapped down. The martial Tao prime body did not make any motions and punched in reverse. Bang! The fist and palm collided with a dull thud of defeat. Immediately after, the fist of the martial Tao prime body was enveloped by a jade color. The jade color extended continuously and covered his entire body along his arm at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body turned into a jade statue. This is bad, Lin Lei exclaimed softly when he saw that. Earlier on, Song Xian took advantage of the situation and ambushed him with that jade-shattering palm. As such, he lost his combat strength and had yet to recover even now. He'll be fine, right? Lin Luo had a worried expression. This jade-shattering palm is extremely powerful and can turn his bloodline into jade. Lin Lei said sternly, Desolate Marshal's combat strength is indeed extraordinary. However, he's way too arrogant and shouldn't have fought Song Xian head-on. Earlier on, he could have avoided Song Xian's palm strike. Even though it would have been a temporary retreat, he could stabilize himself and plot a counterattack. The martial Tao prime body and Song Xian's fist and palm collided motionlessly, as though time and space had stopped. Before Lin Lei could finish, he realized that Song Xian's eyes were widened. Instead of joy, they were filled with fear. Boom! The jade layer on the martial Tao prime body exploded and his blood qi surged, letting out the sound of raging tides crashing onto shore like thunder. Even Lin Lei and Lin Luo, who were far below, could sense the powerful blood qi released by the martial Tao prime body. It was vast and unstoppable. The state of the martial Tao prime body did not look like he was injured at all. His blood qi circulated and his aura intensified. At the same time, Song Xian shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. He retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood that sprayed in midair. A single punch. Lin Lei's eyes widened in shock. He had fought Song Xian before and knew the latter's background very well. Song Xian's combat strength was not inferior to his. But now, Song Xian could not even defend against a single punch from Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. You're quite capable to be able to survive a single punch from me. The martial Tao prime body spoke indifferently. Swoosh! The figure of the martial Tao prime body flashed. Young Master Lantian had just resolved the solitary cloud peak's momentum and had yet to catch his breath when he saw the martial Tao prime body approaching. It was too fast. The moment that thought crossed young Master Lantian's mind, he saw that the martial Tao prime body had already attacked. There are no divine powers or secret skills. It was just a simple punch. That punch was even more explosive than fire and surged like the sea, thick as a mountain. Up till this point of his cultivation, young Master Lantian had fought countless battles, but he had never seen such a terrifying punch. That punch was even more terrifying than any divine power, secret skill, or sentient dharmic treasure. In that instant, the heaven and earth essence chi around young Master Lantian was burned cleanly. The void was collapsing and he fell forward involuntarily. The terror of that punch was not merely in terms of strength. More than that, it was because a single punch sealed all his escape routes. There was no way to retreat. Young Master Lantian had a tragic expression as he roared and channeled his Tao fruit wildly. He withdrew a gigantic shield from his storage bag and held it horizontally in front of him. He did not have the courage or strength to retaliate against that punch and could only defend passively. 8 charred marks struck by heavenly tribulations appeared on the shield and crackled with lightning. Boom! The fist of the martial Tao prime body descended and struck the shield heavily. In fact, he had not even thought of stopping and bypassing the sentient dharmic treasure to launch a new attack. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the shield and covered every single corner, instantly. The fist penetrated the shield and struck young Master Lantian's poof. Instantly, a gigantic hole appeared in young Master Lantian's chest. Poof! Instantly, a gigantic hole appeared in young Master Lantian's chest and blood gushed out like a fountain. A destructive power surged into his consciousness and shattered his essence spirit. His essence spirit was killed on the spot before it could react. Young Master Lantian had a lost expression. There was no fear in his eyes before his death, only endless shock. He had not expected that his 8 tribulations spirit treasure's defensive shield would be penetrated by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body and shattered. Another city, lord of the 5 immortal cities, was dead. Even an 8 tribulations spirit treasure can't stop him. What a terrifying physique and powerful blood chi. Lin Lei could not help but mutter softly. He inherited most of his father's inheritance and had his own opportunities and encounters. Coupled with the many secret skills imparted to him by his mother, he believed that he was invincible among his peers in a one-on-one fight. But now, against the power displayed by the martial Tao prime body, Lin Lei even had the thought of retreating and did not dare to fight. Lin Lei had yet to realize that what he was seeing right now was merely the tip of the iceberg for the martial Tao prime body. Chapter 2435, 2435 Signs of Daiyu. 2435 Signs of Daiyu. In the courtyard in the middle of the hall, Su Zimo had just helped Tao Yao down when he felt a commotion behind him. He swept his gaze and could not help but fly into a rage. At that moment, everything was in chaos. The immortal peach tree in the courtyard extended countless branches and coiled in the direction of him and Tao Yao. The immortal peach tree was still trying to absorb Tao Yao's blood. Su Zimo conjured a sword art and slashed in reverse. Dozens of peach blossom branches were severed from the middle. Scarlet blood splattered from the peach blossom branches. A jarring cry of pain sounded from the body of the immortal peach tree, as though ghosts were crying. Under the continuous nourishment of Tao Yao's blood, the immortal peach tree gradually gained sentience. "How dare you act so brazenly, demon tree?" Su Zimo's expression was cold as he prepared to step forward and uproot the immortal peach tree. Tao Yao, who was initially in his embrace, tugged at his sleeves gently and whispered, "Young master, leave it to me." "You?" Su Zimo frowned slightly and was worried when he saw Tao Yao's weak state. Tao Yao did not reply and forced himself to stand up, extending his hands. Suddenly, his fingers transformed into peach blossom branches that extended towards the immortal peach tree and pierced into the other party's body. Tao Yao closed his eyes and circulated his dermic Tao, murmuring softly, "You've eaten so much of my blood all these years. It's time to return it." He was absorbing the life essence of the immortal peach tree. Hoo! The immortal peach tree swayed wildly, and its body swayed. A sharp cry sounded from its body, as though it was struggling to resist. As time passed by, the trunk and branches of the immortal peach tree dried up. However, Tao Yao's condition gradually recovered, and the flesh on his body filled up while his face regained some color. Poof! 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 Right then, the blood peaches condensed on the immortal peach tree exploded and spilled essence blood. The aura of the immortal peach tree surged, and it wanted to make use of the essence blood to retaliate and devour Tao Yao's bloodline and life essence. Tao Yao's body swayed, and he nearly fell. The dermic Tao in his body circulated, and his figure vanished. On the spot, the appearance of a peach blossom tree appeared, similar to the courtyard back in Pingyang town. All these years he had been imprisoned and restrained. His body was truly in a terrible condition. Su Zimo frowned and was prepared to attack at any moment to interrupt the process. At most, he would destroy the immortal peach tree. Both parties were in a stalemate for a moment. Suddenly, a blurry phantom appeared beneath the peach blossom tree that Tao Yao had transformed into. Its features could not be seen, but one could vaguely recognize that it was a woman. The scarlet, blood-colored robe she wore was a little striking. Su Zimo shuddered. In a daze, he seemed to have returned to that night in Tianhuang, mainland's Pingyang town. The moonlight was clear as water, and peach blossoms fell one after another. The woman stood beneath the peach blossom tree, and there seemed to be a mist around her, as though she was a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. It was that night that the woman imparted the Tao beneath the peach blossom tree and brought him onto the path of cultivation. Tao Yao gained sentience, thanks to Daiyu's guidance. At this critical juncture, when dermic Das interweaved, the situation of that night was actually condensed. Although Daiyu did not reveal her true appearance and merely had her back facing the immortal peach tree not far away, the dermic Tao around the immortal peach tree collapsed instantly when that figure appeared. A whimper sounded from the immortal peach tree before it went silent and gave up on resisting. Phew! A tremendous amount of life force essence surged into Tao Yao's body continuously. Tao Yao's aura rose rapidly. As for the immortal peach tree, it aged rapidly and its leaves withered. They fell one after another with a lifeless aura. On the battlefield in midair, Song Xian sensed the commotion in the middle of the hall and suddenly recalled that he had a hostage in his hands. Since desolate marshal of the Fiend domain was willing to come here alone for Tao Yao, it was clear that this Tao child was extremely important to this person. If he captured Tao Yao, it would be equivalent to capturing this person's weakness. However, right now, his and young Master Lan Tian's auras and figures were completely locked onto by the martial Tao Prime body. They did not even dare to be distracted, let alone escape. He could only give orders to others. Jiang Xianyu, hurry and get everyone to capture that Tao child. Song Xian shouted loudly, but he was still staring fixedly at the martial Tao Prime body, afraid that the latter would suddenly attack him. Jiang Xianyu and the others understood and turned around hurriedly, charging towards Tao Yao. Humph! Sweeping his gaze, the martial Tao Prime body channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Swish, Suddenly, scarlet flames burst forth from the bodies of Jiang Xianyu and the other perfected immortal experts, and engulfed their bodies from the inside out. Ah! 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 Everyone grabbed their bodies repeatedly and let out tragic cries. Someone released divine powers and secret skills hurriedly. However, the spread of divine powers fueled the flames instead. Scarlet flames spewed continuously from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. In the blink of an eye, human-shaped fireballs appeared in the hall. Within a few breaths, someone's essence spirit was already burned to death, leaving only a strange scarlet lotus flower imprint on the spot. Red lotus karmic fire! Song Xian exclaimed with a terrible expression when he saw the imprint. Of course, most perfected immortal experts could still defend against the impact of the red lotus karmic fire using their cultivation by condensing true essence and activating their Tao fruits. However, everyone could barely fend for themselves, and nobody had the time to bother about Taoyao. Gu Xiu looked at the flames in the hall and the corpses strewn everywhere. He was already so scared that he wanted to retreat. The moment that thought crossed his mind, his eyelids twitched, and he felt a strong sense of danger. This is bad. Gu Xiu's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he shifted the solitary cloud peak to shield himself. Indeed, the martial Tao prime body had already charged over. Boom! Against the solitary cloud peak, the martial Tao prime body did not dodge or avoid and punched. Although he was separated by the solitary cloud peak, Gu Xiu could still sense the shocking divine power released by the punch of the martial Tao prime body. The solitary cloud peak was a pure yang spirit treasure after all, and neutralized most of the power of the martial Tao prime body's punch. Even so, Gu Xiu shuddered and his arms went numb, losing all feeling. Just as he was about to escape, the second punch of the martial Tao prime body descended. Boom! Helpless, Gu Xiu could only support the solitary cloud peak and defend against this second attack. Boom! The martial Tao prime body attacked once more. The third punch arrived. When the punch landed on the solitary cloud peak, the martial Tao prime body did not linger and turned to leave without even looking at Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu stood motionlessly in midair with both hands propping up the solitary cloud peak. The next moment his gaze dimmed and his life force drained rapidly, dying on the spot. The man and mountain peak fell together. 3 punches. Although he used a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure to defend, Gu Xiu could not defend against 3 punches and died on the spot. Chapter 2436 2436 Fiend Flames. 2436 Fiend Flames. Now that 4 of the 5 city lords were gone, the city lord of Langfeng City, Song Xian, was the only one left. Who would have thought that young Master Lan Tian and the others who were in the position of the city lords with torrential power and ruled over thousands of immortals would fall from grace and die on the spot in the blink of an eye? This scene had a huge impact on everyone present. For everyone, these were initially high and mighty, perfected immortal experts whom they had to revere and respect. In fact, these were paragons that even had a chance to contend for the perfected immortal ranking. But now they were like weak mortals against the fist of desolate marshal of the fiend domain. Even with a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure, they could not defend against 3 punches. If that was the case for the city lords, everyone else would be crushed to death by a single finger of desolate marshal if he wanted to deal with them. Although there were thousands of perfected immortal experts in the hall, they were no longer in the mood to fight. Everyone looked at the purple-robed figure in midair with endless fear in their eyes, as though they had seen a ghost. Heavens, so those rumors were true! He underwent the 10th tribulation, defeated an army of 1,000,000 fiends, and killed the supreme, perfected fiend. All the rumors about desolate marshal were true. Many perfected immortals, seemed to have woken up from a dream. Although they had not witnessed everything that happened in the fiend domain 1,000 years ago, personally, now that they had witnessed the methods of the martial Tao Prime body, everyone no longer had any doubts about the rumors that they had once scoffed at. Finally, a perfected immortal could not withstand the pressure and fled out of the hall. Under such circumstances, as long as one person escaped, it would cause immense panic, and even more perfected immortal experts would flee. The hall was in chaos. Even if a perfected immortal expert passed by Lin Lei and his sister, no one attacked them. Less than that, no one dared to head in the direction of Tao Yao. When Song Xian saw that, he tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart and could not help but shout, "Everyone, don't panic. Listen to my orders." Nobody paid attention to him in the chaos. Or rather, even if anyone heard Song Xian shout, they would turn a deaf ear and pretend not to know. Song Xian looked at the martial Tao Prime body not far away and felt an indescribable pressure that suffocated him. Of the 5 city lords, he was the only one left. Song Xian understood that Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain did it on purpose. That was because he was the one who captured Tao Yao. Desolate Marshal wanted to keep him for last so that he could endure the creeping fear and the immense pressure. At the same time, Song Xian knew that he could not fight against the martial Tao Prime body alone. If he wanted to survive this time round, he could only unite the remaining thousands of perfected immortals here and fight head-on with everyone's strength. Even if he could not kill Desolate Marshal here, he could buy time and wait for the reinforcements of the 12 palaces. Under normal circumstances, unless an immortal king descended, it would be difficult for the palace lords and immortal king experts of the 12 palaces to sense this. However, if too many perfected immortals died here and the commotion was too great, immortal kings would definitely notice it as well. As long as the immortal king descended, he would be able to survive. Everyone stop right there. Song Xian took a deep breath and shouted, "Anyone who disobeys my orders will be charged with treason and will be killed without mercy." The moment that order was released, many perfected immortal experts who were fleeing were stunned and looked toward Song Xian. Song Xian hollered, "Everyone heed my orders. As long as we join forces, we'll definitely win this battle." That's right. Jiang Xianyu, who had just escaped the threat of the Red Lotus karmic fire and was completely disfigured, grit his teeth and shouted, "Desolate Marshal is alone. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to kill him. If we allow this beast to start a massacre in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, where will our reputation go in the future? Everyone join forces and kill him." Under Song Xian's orders, the blood of many perfected immortals surged, and they shouted. The martial Tao Prime body looked at Song Xian with a mocking gaze beneath his silver mask. "Kill." Song Xian pointed at the martial Tao Prime body and roared. Instantly, thousands of perfected immortal experts attacked, and countless sentient dermic treasures tore through the air, interweaving into an impenetrable net in midair. Countless divine powers and secret skills seemed to have gathered into a surging tsunami that swept over with a mighty might. The martial Tao Prime body stood in midair, motionlessly without any intention of dodging. "Even that doesn't faze you." Lin Lei's eyes widened. What perfected immortal expert could defend against such an attack? Suddenly, the eyes of the martial Tao Prime body were covered by a black shade. If one were to take a closer look, they would be able to tell that it was 2 black flames that filled his pupils. The aura of the martial Tao Prime body changed drastically and was filled with a sinister aura. Before those divine powers and secret skills descended on the martial Tao Prime body, black flames appeared and burned. A black flame appeared beneath the feet of the martial Tao Prime body as well and spread rapidly in all directions, forming a black sea of flames. When the black flames descended, the temperature in the hall did not increase at all. Instead, it decreased rapidly. Many cultivators fell into the sea of flames before they could react. Ah, ah, ah. The cultivators let out tragic cries, and their features contorted with conflicted expressions, as though they were experiencing unimaginable pain and torture. Some cultivators tore at the flesh on their bodies wildly. However, the pain on their bodies was not even a fraction of the pain caused by the black flames. It was an indescribable pain. Many perfected immortals would rather die with their souls dispersed and never be able to reincarnate than endure the burning of such flames. The black flames did not have a searing heat. Instead, they were sinister and could cause one to wish they were dead. Lin Lei and his sister looked at the tragic state of the perfected immortal experts in the black sea of flames and felt chills run down their spines. "What is this?" Lin Luo could not help but ask. Lin Lei gulped before saying slowly, "Legend has it that in the depths of Avicii, there's a black flame that can bring endless pain to living beings. To think that desolate marshal of the fiend domain would already be able to control such flames." Hellfire condensed the true intent of pain for millions of living beings. In Greater Avicii, hellfire never extinguished and lasted forever. The martial Tao Prime body stood in midair, and the surrounding black flames enveloped the entire hall with him as the center, forming a gigantic black fire lotus. Nobody could escape from the black fire lotus. Of course, among the black fire lotus, there were still some perfected immortals that were not affected by the hellfire. Even so, the perfected immortals were scared out of their wits. Thousands of perfected immortal experts were dragged into the flames by the martial Tao Prime body and suppressed. In midair, the martial Tao Prime body was in the center of the black fire lotus. His eyes burned with flames, and his aura was sinister and terrifying, resembling a god that ruled over hell with torrential fiend flames. Chapter 2437. 2437 Jade Firmament 6 Weapons. 2437 Jade Firmament 6 Weapons. The way Lin Lei looked at the figure in midair changed as well. Initially, when he witnessed the methods of the martial Tao Prime body, Lin Lei was indignant and even thought of fighting him to his heart's content one day. However, later on, Lin Lei gradually gave up on that thought and developed a sense of admiration for the martial Tao Prime body. But now, as he looked at the scene that resembled a blazing hell before him, Lin Lei felt a sense of fear in the depths of his heart. Unlike him, Lin Luo at the side was initially a little afraid. But now, Lin Luo's gaze flickered, and she seemed to have discovered something. Instead, her expression calmed down. "This is bad." Lin Lei thought of something, and his heart skipped a beat. He took out a teleportation talisman from his storage bag and whispered, "Let's leave quickly, or it'll be too late." "Why?" Lin Luo spoke instinctively. Lin Lei explained quickly. "The lethality of the hellfire is way too terrifying, and the commotion is too great. With so many perfected immortal experts dead here, the 12 palaces will definitely sense it. Immortal king experts of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain can descend here at any moment. Given the capabilities of immortal king experts, even if the two of them had a teleportation jade talisman, they might not be able to leave. But what about Su Zimo?" Instinctively, Lin Luo looked in Su Zimo's direction. She was still worried. After all, Su Zimo came from the lower worlds and gave her the Soraka fruit. He even helped her obtain the 9 orifices yang reversion pill. All of this was a huge favor for her and the Lin family. Why should we care about that rascal at a time like this? Lin Lei did not know the details and had an extremely bad first impression of Su Zimo. When he saw that his sister could not understand the severity of the current matter, he could not help but feel frustrated. In the middle of the hall, Tao Yao had already ended his absorption and refinement process. His flesh was plentiful and his complexion improved significantly. On the other side, the immortal peach tree had already transformed into a withered and old peach blossom tree. Its branches were bare, and there was not even a leaf, let alone a fruit. When Su Zimo saw the martial Tao Prime body release hellfire, he realized at the same time that the immortal kings of the Jade, Firmament, and Mortal Domain could descend at any moment. Let's get out of here. Without hesitation, Su Zimo was prepared to leave this place with Tao Yao. Wait a minute. Tao Yao arrived beside the immortal peach tree and reached out to split the trunk. In the trunk was a green sapling as thick as a finger. Tao Yao did not refine the immortal peach tree completely. Instead, he left the other party a chance of survival. Tao Yao went forward and dug out the sapling, placing it in his storage bag before saying to Su Zimo, "Young master, let's go." Su Zimo took out the teleportation jade badge given to him by the sect master of the academy and crushed it. A ghastly green light flashed. The jade badge shattered and released a powerful force, tearing the void where the two of them were instantly, revealing a spatial vortex. Immediately after, Su Zimo and Tao Yao were sucked into the spatial vortex and disappeared from the center of the hall. Lin Luo heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that. Lin Lei tore the teleportation talisman in his hands as well and urged, "All right, he's already escaped from this place. Let's leave as well." But what about him? Lin Luo looked at the martial Tao Prime body in midair and said softly, worriedly, "If immortal kings descend, brother, why don't you ask him to come with us?" Lin Lei's expression struggled for a moment before turning resolute once more. With a firm gaze, he pulled Lin Luo into the spatial tunnel and disappeared without saying anything more. Actually, to Lin Lei, desolate marshal of the Fiend domain could be considered as their and even the Lin family's savior. It was because of desolate marshal's descent that Song Xian and the others' foolproof plan was completely destroyed. However, Lin Lei did not dare to take desolate marshal away. One of the reasons was because desolate marshal was someone from the Fiend domain. More importantly, after today's battle, desolate marshal would definitely become a target of the Jade, Firmament, and Mortal Domain. If he brought desolate marshal back to the Lin family, the flames of war and even a calamity would definitely be brought upon their family clan and the Battle Kingdom. He could not bear the consequences. Langfeng City, in the main hall of the city, Lord's residence. "Desolate marshal, you're finished." Song Xian glared at the martial Tao Prime body and said fiercely, "As the number one perfected immortal of the Jade, Firmament, and Mortal Domain, Song Xian was indeed capable to be able to defend against the impact of hellfire without dying. Of course, in order to defend against the hellfire, Song Xian even released his bloodline phenomenon. When the martial Tao Prime body saw that Su Zimo and Lin Lei had already left, he was even more relieved without any worries. He walked towards Song Xian. In his eyes, Song Xian was already a dead man. Song Xian laughed sinisterly. "So many perfected immortals have died here. The immortal kings of the Jade, Firmament, and Mortal Domain will definitely sense it. Once the immortal kings descend, pay with your lives for these people." "Is that so?" The tone of the martial Tao Prime body was indifferent as he strode forward. "Die first." Boom! The martial Tao Prime body raised his fist and punched the bloodline phenomenon that Song Xian had condensed. The bloodline phenomenon had expended a lot of energy to defend against the hellfire to begin with. Now that it received a punch from the martial Tao Prime body, it collapsed instantly. "Jade Firmament, 6 weapons." Song Xian roared and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Suddenly, 6 incomparably exquisite jade weapons flew out from his body. Jade Bai, Jade Hu, Jade Gui, Jade Song, Jade Zhang, and Jade Huang. The 6 jade weapons shone with 9 burn marks and released jade-colored divine lights. 6 pure yang spirit treasures. For perfected immortals, it was already rare for them to possess a single pure yang spirit treasure. The reason why Song Xian reigned supreme and was the strongest among the 5 city lord was because he wielded the 6 pure yang spirit treasures. The 6 jade weapons were known as the Jade Firmament 6 weapons and were extremely famous. Furthermore, the Jade Firmament 6 weapons could condense a powerful killing technique. 6 weapons, heavenly tribute. Song Xian shouted. He knew that this was the final moment of life and death. He did not wish to rely on this move to suppress the martial Tao prime body. He only hoped that he could rely on this move to buy time with the 6 pure yang spirit treasures. In fact, he could already sense a powerful intent coming from the direction of the 12 palaces. Immortal kings of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain were already alarmed. Using jade as the 6 weapons is a form of respect for heaven and earth. The Jade Bai honors the heavens, the Jade Tsong honors the earth, the Jade Gui honors the east, the Jade Zhang honors the south, the Jade Hu honors the west, and the Jade Huang honors the north. Together, the 6 weapons honor the world. The 6 pure yang spirit treasures intertwined and danced around the martial Tao prime body continuously, surrounding him completely and forming a sealed space. The martial Tao prime body was completely surrounded by the Jade Firmament 6 weapons. Refine. Song Xian's gaze intensified as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the 6 weapons. The jade-colored divine light of the 6 weapons shone brightly, wanting to refine the martial Tao prime body within completely and offer him as a tribute to the world. Chapter 2438. 2438. Even immortal kings can't save you. 2438. Even immortal kings can't save you. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground shook. The Jade Firmament 6 weapons suffered an extremely terrifying impact and exploded instantly. A gigantic bronze square tripod tore through the world and stood upright in midair with an ancient aura. Even the void could not withstand the descent of the bronze square tripod and was distorted. The martial Tao prime body had no intention of getting entangled with Song Xian. He summoned the hell suppression tripod and sent the 6 pure yang spirit treasures flying with its supreme divine strength. The hell suppression tripod was a great emperor weapon. Back when the tripod was damaged and the 4 sacred souls fell asleep, the emperor weapon could not unleash much power either. It was merely incomparably tough and could not be shaken by external objects. But now that the tripod body had recovered, the 4 sacred souls had also recovered to their peak of the perfected One Realm. In the hands of the martial Tao prime body, the hell suppression tripod underwent the baptism of the 10th heavenly tribulation. It was much stronger than the 6 pure yang spirit treasures. A sentient dermic treasure had only gone through the 9th heavenly tribulation at the very most. After the hell suppression tripod underwent the 10th heavenly tribulation, it became one of its kind in the upper world. In fact, it was even stronger than it was back in the infinite Great Emperor's generation. The martial Tao prime body supported the hell suppression tripod with his hands and strode forward, smashing it toward Song Xian. The 4 sacred souls on the tripod awakened at the same time and let out a deafening roar that shook all living beings and reverberated through the world. The 4 sacred souls were top-tier existences of the 10,000 races. When they appeared at the same time, they exuded a tremendous might. Under the envelopment of the hell suppression tripod, Song Xian's bloodline was completely suppressed, and it became extremely difficult for him to even lift his arm. Jade Firmament 6 weapons! Song Xian roared and channeled his spirit consciousness once more, gathering the 6 pure yang spirit treasures in front of him, wanting to defend against the power of the hell suppression tripod. The Jade Firmament 6 weapons formed a defensive barrier above Song Xian's head. Song Xian raised his head, and his expression changed as his pupils constricted. Tiny cracks had already appeared on the Jade Firmament 6 weapons. The moment the Jade Firmament 6 weapons collided against the Hell Suppression tripod, they were shattered. Boom! The Hell Suppression tripod descended and smashed against the Jade Firmament 6 weapons once more. The Jade Firmament 6 weapons exploded in front of Song Xian, turning into tiny jade shards that flew everywhere. Under that tremendous force, some of the jade even entered Song Xian's body, creating bloodied holes. Song Xian's body was riddled with holes. However, this was not fatal for top-tier perfected immortal experts. Suddenly, a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure descended and the void above Langfeng City cracked. "Who are you, fiend? How dare you behave so atrociously in the Jade Firmament immortal domain?" A voice filled with rage sounded. Phew! Accompanied by that shout, before the figure could appear from the crack in midair, he reached out with a gigantic palm and slapped the martial Tao Prime body. This was the power that belonged to an immortal king. Even the true martial Tao body that had attained lesser mastery could not withstand it. "Senior, save me!" Song Xian roared with all his might, and his eyes shone with a strong desire to survive once more. He could survive now that an immortal king expert of the 12 palaces had descended. Humph! The martial Tao Prime body glared at Song Xian with an icy gaze and said coldly, "Even immortal kings won't be able to save someone that I want to kill." The martial Tao Prime body controlled the Hell Suppression tripod to charge towards the gigantic palm that descended from midair. At the same time, he charged towards Song Xian and channeled his essence spirit. He conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands and condensed a gigantic door in front of him. It was shrouded by black qi and was sinister. The door seemed like it could devour everything, and it was dark inside, like a bottomless abyss. Ah! Song Xian's face was pale. Unable to defend against the devouring power of the door, he charged towards it uncontrollably. This was a dermic Tao created by the martial Tao Prime body, Hell's Gate. Although this dermic Tao did not possess the power of a grotto heaven, it already possessed a hint of the divine charm of a grotto heaven. Song Xian could not defend against it at all. In the blink of an eye, half of his body fell into the Hell's Gate. Song Xian did not give up. An immortal king of the 12 palaces had already arrived. As long as he could withstand this move, he would definitely be saved. He did not want to die. Heavenly Jade Slash. Song Xian was trapped in the Hell's Gate and released a violent essence spirit secret skill at the martial Tao Prime body who was inches away. A jade-colored light slashed towards the glabella of the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body did not dodge or avoid and allowed the essence spirit secret skill to collide with the silver mask. As though it was agitated, the mask suddenly rippled like the surface of a lake and ghost faces appeared one after another. Song Xian was severely injured to begin with, now that he was corroded by the Avicii Fiend Qi. The attack power of the essence spirit secret skill was limited and was resolved by the Mara mask with ease. No reaction. Song Xian's eyes widened in confusion, indignance, and hatred. However, he no longer had the chance. The Avicii Fiend Qi surged continuously and corroded everything, tainting all living beings. It transformed into pairs of hands that pulled Song Xian's body through the door and dragged him into the dark abyss. In the blink of an eye, Song Xian was devoured by the Hell's Gate. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded when the heavenly encompassing palm collided with the Hell Suppression tripod. The power of an immortal king was indeed terrifying. The power of the 4 sacred souls dissipated from the shock of that palm, and they fell asleep instantly. The Hell Suppression tripod flew back as well. The power of the heavenly encompassing palm did not weaken and grabbed towards the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body caught the Hell Suppression tripod and hid behind the Hell's Gate. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. The heavenly encompassing palm slapped the Hell's Gate. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the pitch-black and sinister door, and it collapsed in the blink of an eye. The Hell's Gate was shattered by the heavenly encompassing palm as well, and a cold corpse was tossed out. To be precise, it could only be considered as a skeleton. The flesh on Song Xian's body had already been mostly corroded by the Avicii fiend qi. Only the outline of his figure and face could vaguely be recognized. The final city lord died tragically on the spot as well. More importantly, Song Xian was only killed by the martial Dao Prime body after an immortal king arrived and attacked. The commotion here had long alarmed the entire Langfeng city. Countless cultivators were shocked and dumbfounded when they saw that. A figure had already appeared from the crack in midair. When the immortal king saw Song Xian die tragically, he was enraged. The fact that the martial Dao Prime body killed the city lord in front of him was also an immense provocation to his dignity. "You have a death wish." The immortal king roared, and the void behind him collapsed. He summoned his grotto heaven and attacked once more, suppressing the martial Dao Prime body. After the martial Dao Prime body killed Song Xian, his spirit consciousness moved and gathered the many Dao fruits on the ground. He activated the hell suppression tripod and struck the void at the side. Boom! The void collapsed and a dimensional tear appeared. The martial Dao Prime body looked at the immortal king with a provocative gaze and entered in a flash. "There's nowhere for you to run." When the immortal king saw that the martial Dao Prime body was about to escape, he couldn't care less in his anxiety and gave chase. Chapter 2439. 2439 Fear. 2439 Fear. At the same time, cracks appeared in other directions of the void, and more than 10 terrifying existences with powerful auras walked out. One of them was Song Xian's master, the 7th Palace Lord. When the cultivators of Langfeng City saw those figures, their expressions changed, and they revealed respectful expressions. The immortal kings of the 12 palaces. It was rare for them to even see a single one of those legendary experts, usually. But now, more than 10 immortal king experts had arrived at Langfeng City at the same time. The commotion this time round was way too great. The 7th Palace Lord looked at the immortal king, who was chasing after the martial Dao Prime body, and suddenly frowned, shouting, "Yuan Sheng, stop chasing and come back!" Although the immortal king named Yuan Sheng heard the voice of the 7th Palace Lord, he was enraged and wanted to capture the martial Dao Prime body to regain his dignity. He was not willing to let things go just like that. In the blink of an eye, immortal King Yuan Sheng followed behind the martial Dao Prime body and entered the void crack, disappearing. Why did you want to stop Yuan Sheng from chasing? The 3rd Palace Lord had a dark expression as he pointed at the scene below and said coldly, "Look at what that fiend did!" The 7th Palace Lord was expressionless as he shifted his gaze in silence. The expressions of the other immortal king experts turned extremely terrible as well. In this battle, the city lord's residence was almost reduced to ruins. The hall where the blood peach banquet was held was burned to ashes by the hellfire. More than half of the thousands of perfected immortal experts were buried within. More and more cultivators gathered here and were shocked when they saw the scene in the city lord's residence. It was like hell, with the corpses of many perfected immortal experts strewn all over the ruins in a tragic manner. Because the immortal peach banquet was ongoing and Song Xian hosted the blood peach banquet in addition, almost most of the perfected immortal experts of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain were gathered here. And now the city lords were all dead after a single battle. More than half of the other perfected immortal experts died as well. Even the perfected immortals who were lucky enough to survive were mostly injured and shocked. In this battle, the immortality cultivation world of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain suffered immense losses. What was certain was that at the upcoming 9 firmament meet, the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain would no longer have the chance to fight for spots on the perfected immortal ranking. The setbacks suffered by the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain this time round would take countless years to recover. The 7th Palace Lord closed his eyes and could not compose himself for a long time. How could this be? It was clearly a foolproof trap to deal with the Lin family and the battle kingdom of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. How was Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain provoked? What's this? An immortal king said hatefully with a murderous aura. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain came to our Jade Firmament Immortal City to start a massacre. He's declaring war on our Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. That's right. Another immortal king said coldly, Palace lords, something like this has never happened since the heavenly world split into 3 regions. Our Jade Firmament Immortal Domain has to retaliate. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain is truly way too arrogant. Palace lords, let's gather manpower and kill our way into the Fiend Domain. We'll kill Tianhuang's sect that Desolate Marshal founded without mercy. A few immortal kings suggested. If they did not react now that someone had come knocking, they would probably become the laughingstock of the heavenly world. The 2nd Palace Lord shook his head gently. If I'm not wrong, the bronze tripod controlled by Desolate Marshal earlier on might be the Emperor weapon of Great Emperor Infinite in the past, the Hell Suppression Tripod. Hell Suppression Tripod. When they heard that name, the hearts of the immortal kings skipped a beat. No one dared to underestimate the weapon of a great emperor. After a momentary silence, an immortal king said, So what if Desolate Marshal has an emperor weapon? He's only at the perfected immortal realm. This emperor weapon won't be able to unleash much power in his hands. You're not wrong. The 2nd Palace Lord said, However, if he wields the Hell Suppression Tripod, there's a high chance that he's already in control of the infinite hell. Given that lad's cultivation, there's no way he could have broken through the void and left. There's only a single possibility why he could do that. He made use of the Hell Suppression Tripod to open up a passage to the infinite hell and returned there. The expressions of the immortal kings changed slightly, as though they had realized something. If Desolate Marshal returned to the infinite hell, that means that Yuan Sheng is there too. That should be the case. When the immortal kings heard that, they exchanged glances and fell silent. All of them knew how terrifying the infinite hell was. Even with their cultivation, they did not dare to enter it. Desolate Marshal wielded the Hell Suppression Tripod and could naturally be safe and sound in the infinite hell. However, if Yuan Shang was in the infinite hell as well, he was most likely. Right then, the 3rd Palace Lord sensed something and took out a messenger talisman from his storage bag to take a look. It was a message from the 12 palaces that contained only 4 words. Yuan Shang is dead. Desolate Marshal. When the immortal kings knew about this, the hatred in their hearts intensified. The 3rd Palace Lord could not help but say, So what if Desolate Marshal wields the Hell Suppression Tripod? Even if we can't kill him for the time being, we can rush to the Fiend Domain and kill his entire Tianhuang sect. Another immortal king grit his teeth as well. That's right. If we plan carefully, we might be able to set up a trap in advance and kill him. Given our capabilities, as long as we prepare in advance and seal the space, even if he has the Hell Suppression Tripod, he won't be able to break through the space and escape back to the infinite hell. The 7th Palace Lord shook his head and sighed. It's nothing much if Desolate Marshal only has a Hell Suppression Tripod. If I'm not wrong, the silver mask on Desolate Marshal's face should be the legendary Mara mask. The Mara mask. The mask of Emperor Bo Sun. The moment those words were said, the expressions of the immortal kings present changed, and they gasped. Compared to Great Emperor Infinite, Emperor Bo Sun was closer to them and was a greater threat to everyone. After all, great Emperor Infinite's time was too long ago. As for Emperor Bo-sun, he had just appeared a while ago. Furthermore, he escaped alive from the infinite hell and killed a few immortal kings. Now, his whereabouts were unknown. Throughout history, Emperor Bo-sun was the only living being that could come out of the infinite hell alive. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Emperor Bo-sun was already one of the strongest emperors of the heavenly world and even the upper world. And now, no one knew what realm Emperor Bo-sun had cultivated to. Nobody knew what sort of bloodshed Emperor Bo-sun would cause the next time he appeared. A moment later, an immortal king could not help but ask, "This lad is wearing the Mara mask. In that case, his relationship with Emperor Bo-sun is—" The other immortal kings were silent. The second palace, Lord sighed gently. "Now, I finally understand why Desolate Marshal was able to establish Tianhuang sect and rise in a place filled with bloodshed like the Fiend Domain without encountering any trouble. It's because—" Chapter 2440 2440 Unfathomable Variables 2440 Unfathomable Variables Green Firmament, Immortal Domain, Battle Kingdom's Palace. In a sleeping chamber, a medicinal fragrance wafted out as a middle-aged man sat cross-D on the couch. His long hair was tied up behind his back, revealing a withered face that seemed like he had yet to recover from a serious illness. There was a pitch-black halberd erected in front of the bed. The man's face was resolute and his chest was broad. His figure was upright and seemed to be one with the halberd exuding a majestic aura. Not far away, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a worried expression held an item that resembled a turtle shell and shone brightly. The beautiful middle-aged woman's other hand swiped through the void continuously, leaving a series of trajectories as though she was divining something. A moment later, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Ling Long, if you can't divine it, you should make a trip to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, personally." The beautiful middle-aged woman remained silent and focused. She did not dare to be distracted, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose, as though the divination had taken a huge toll on her. After a while, the turtle shell in the beautiful middle-aged woman's hands suddenly bounced up and fell to the ground. The light on it dimmed rapidly as well. The beautiful middle-aged woman panted slightly with a worried look in her eyes. When the middle-aged man saw that, he knew that the divination outcome was bad. Sighing internally, he said, "Ling Long, I know that you're most worried about Lair and Luo'er. Go to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain and bring the 2 children back." But the beautiful middle-aged woman looked at the middle-aged man with a hesitant expression, filled with worry. "However, back then it was because I left Green Firmament and saved the child who ascended from Tianhuang mainland that the Battle Kingdom was almost destroyed. This time round, it's clear that the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain is here, the Battle Kingdom and you. Once I leave this place, the Battle Kingdom and you." The middle-aged man smiled gently and consoled. "Don't worry, this is the best home for me. If I can protect the Battle Kingdom till the end, I won't have any regrets, even if I die here. Take the 2 children with you. If you return and see that the Battle Kingdom is dead, don't linger. The rise of the Battle Kingdom is over. Take the children and head straight to the Fiend Domain." The middle-aged man extended his thick palm and caressed the halberd in front of the bed. There was no hint of retreat or fear in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit was high as he said softly, "I'll fight with it and accompany every single citizen of the Battle Kingdom to the end." The halberd buzzed and trembled, as though it could sense the middle-aged man's determination. The beautiful middle-aged woman's eyes were red as she choked in silence. She knew that the middle-aged man was saying goodbye to her. Furthermore, this might be the final farewell between them. The beautiful middle-aged woman took a deep breath and said, "Let's wait a little more. Although the outcome of my divination earlier on was not good, there seems to be a variable." "Variable?" The middle-aged man shook his head gently and smiled bitterly. Since the other party set up such a trap, what variable can there be? Those two children won't be able to deal with it at all. Furthermore, given your capabilities, what variable is there that you can't divine? The middle-aged man thought that the beautiful middle-aged man was merely comforting him. A look of confusion flashed through the beautiful middle-aged woman's eyes. I'm not sure either. This variable is completely uncatchable and fleeting. The existence of this variable can even escape from my 6 rin divine calculation. Oh, there's such a thing? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard not far away as 2 figures sped over. The beautiful middle-aged woman was about to release her spirit consciousness when a shout sounded from outside. "Father, Mother, we're back!" The voice was slightly heavy. It was Lin Lei. The middle-aged man in the hall was the master of the Battle Kingdom, Lin Zhan. The beautiful middle-aged woman was Fairy Ling Long of the lower worlds, the current immortal Queen Ling Long. Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long were ecstatic. In fact, Lin Zhan wanted to stand up and go out to welcome the 2 children outside. However, he failed to get up and could only sit back down helplessly. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures rushed in from outside the chamber. It was Lin Lei and Lin Luo, who had returned from the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Fairy Ling Long hurried forward and hugged the 2 of them, bursting into tears of joy. Even as an immortal queen, she could not control her emotions after experiencing such ups and downs. "It's good that you're both back, that's all that matters." Lin Zhan heaved a sigh of relief and tried his best to compose himself, murmuring softly, "Father, Mother, sorry for worrying you guys." When Lin Luo saw Fairy Ling Long cry, she felt guilty and said timidly. Fairy Ling Long let go of the 2 of them hurriedly and sized them up. Lin Lei seemed to be slightly injured. However, given his physique and bloodline, he would recover completely after recuperating for a few days. As for Lin Luo, she returned completely unharmed. Although the 2 children were travel-worn, they had thankfully returned safely. Fairy Ling Long patted Lin Lei on the shoulder and praised with a smile, "Lei are not bad. You were able to bring back your sister unscathed." Lin Lei looked embarrassed, as though he wanted to explain. On the other side, Lin Zhan suddenly hollered, "Luo, you're way too insensible. You went out in private without any communication, worrying everyone." Initially, Lin Zhan was filled with rage because Lin Luo ran away from home in private. But now that the 2 children had returned safe and sound, the anger in his heart had long vanished. However, he was unwilling to express any joy in front of the 2 children and intended to make use of this opportunity to teach Lin Luo a lesson. "Father, I know my mistake now." Lin Luo came before the couch and knelt in front of Lin Zhan, saying aggrievedly with a lowered head. Initially, Lin Zhan had prepared a lot of words to lecture her. However, when he saw Lin Luo's pitiful appearance, his heart softened and he coughed gently. "There must not be a next time. Get up. I wasn't worried about you guys, but your mother was fretting the entire time." Fairy Ling Long smiled. Lin Luo stuck out her tongue and stood up with a grin. She went forward and held Lin Zhan's arm, leaning in with an intimate expression. "What's going on?" Fairy Ling Long looked at Lin Luo and asked, "You're usually quite obedient, child. Why did you suddenly run away from home without leaving a message for everyone?" Lin Luo suddenly recalled something and hurriedly took out 2 items from her storage bag. There was a medicine bottle and a fruit. "Father, hurry and eat this 9 revolutions, yang reversion pill, and sriracha fruit to see if your injuries can be healed." Lin Luo sent the immortal medicine and sriracha fruit to Lin Zhan. 9 revolutions, yang reversion pill. Sriracha fruit. When Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long heard those 2 items, their hearts skipped a beat and they were shocked. The 9 revolutions, yang reversion pill is a king-grade immortal pill. Where did you obtain it? Fairy Ling Long frowned. Before Lin Luo could reply, she continued, even if you had some opportunity and obtained the 9 revolutions yang reversion pill in a secret ground or ruin, where did you obtain the Soraka fruit? From what I know, after the Ashoka tree shattered, the Soraka fruit can only exist in Avicii. How did you? Chapter 2441 2441 Karmic Cycle 2441 Karmic Cycle. It was Su Zimo. Lin Luo said. When they heard that name, Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long exchanged strange glances. Naturally, the two of them knew who Su Zimo was. However, they had not expected that he would be involved. Lin Luo recounted everything that happened in the secret ground of the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual in detail. Lin Luo said, if not for Su Zimo's help, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on the 9 revolutions yang reversion pill. He was the one who gave me this Soraka fruit directly. Fairy Ling Long said, to think that this child has already joined Heaven and Earth Academy and his cultivation realm is decent. Not only that, he even possessed a treasure like the Soraka fruit. That's right. Lin Zhan looked satisfied as well. Seems like he's already established himself in the upper world. Humph. Lin Lei harumphed softly and mumbled. I think that person is very ordinary. There's an 80% chance that he has other motives for helping Lin Luo. Lin Zhan swept his gaze across. If you want to say something, say it openly. What's the point of beating around the bush? Lin Lei said, ask Lin Luo yourself what her relationship with that lad is. In any case, I don't think that person is worthy of my sister. Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long could tell what Lin Lei was implying and looked at Lin Luo at the same time. Could their daughter and Su Zimo truly be? Lin Luo looked at Lin Lei in confusion and asked, Brother, what are you talking about? I met fellow Taoist Su by chance, and he helped me before. What else is there between us? Didn't you say that he's your Tao companion? Lin Lei replied hurriedly. Lin Luo rolled her eyes with a helpless expression. At that time, Song Xian was trying to force me to marry his younger brother. It was just a casual remark. My stupid brother, did you take it for real? Lin Lei's face flushed red from the rebuttal as he coughed gently. You're doing the right thing by not being interested in him, but there's definitely something wrong with the way that lad looks at you. The moment Fairy Ling Long heard that, she knew that there was a misunderstanding. But soon, she frowned slightly and suddenly asked, Luo, you said that Song Xian forced you to get married. What happened? At the mention of that, Lin Lei and Lin Luo exchanged glances. The image of the purple-robed man with the silver mask standing above Langfeng City with torrential fiend flames appeared in their minds at the same time. A look of fear flashed through both their eyes. Taking a deep breath of air, Lin Luo described what happened in Langfeng City after she left the Pure Jade Manual with Su Zimo. When Fairy Ling Long heard that the two of them were placed under house arrest, she deduced that the other party's motive was definitely for the Lin family and the Battle Kingdom. Since that was the case, the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain must have definitely planned carefully to ensure that nothing went wrong. How could they let the 2 children return? Lin Luo continued. When she mentioned that Lin Lei was ambushed by Song Xian and struck by the Jade Shattering Palm, Fairy Ling Long had a grim expression. That was probably the worst outcome that she had divined. Logically speaking, there was no way the 2 of them could escape from Langfeng City. However, there seemed to be a variable later on. At that point, Lin Luo suddenly paused and looked at Lin Lei, who was not far away. Lin Lei took a deep breath of air. At that moment, an outsider arrived and changed the entire situation. This person came from the Fiend Domain and is a powerful fiend that has risen in recent years. He's the sect master of Tianhuang's sect, Desolate Marshal. When they heard that, Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long exclaimed softly with strange expressions. Lin Zhan had once descended to the lower worlds and naturally knew about Desolate Martial establishing a Tao and imparting martial arts to all living beings. He also knew that Desolate Martial was Su Zimo's Tao title. Fairy Linglong knew everything as well. When Lin Lei saw the strange expressions on Lin Zhan and Fairy Linglong's faces, he asked instinctively, "Father, Mother, have you guys heard of this person as well? He established Tianhuang's sect. Is it related to the Tianhuang mainland that you guys came from?" "Yes." Fairy Linglong replied ambiguously, "Continue first." Lin Lei recounted how Desolate Martial attacked and fought against the 5 city lords and thousands of perfected immortal experts. Lin Lei said, "It's strange. Desolate Martial was violent and cold. However, each time he attacked, he seemed to be avoiding me and Lin Luo intentionally." Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long exchanged glances. The two of them thought to themselves, "Desolate Martial is Su Zimo. Since he knew your identities, how could he possibly hurt the two of you?" Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long realized that Desolate Martial's identity seemed to be a secret in the upper world. According to Lin Lei's description, Su Zimo had no connection to Desolate Martial, and the two of them did not expose the matter as well. To think that Desolate Martial would grow to such an extent. Fairy Ling Long lamented. Lin Zhan nodded as well, feeling a little emotional. Back then, Lin Zhan descended to the lower worlds and saved the human race. At the same time, Fairy Ling Long saved Su Zimo during his ascension. At that time, neither of them expected that the benevolent karma they had planted would receive such a reward today. Because of Desolate Martial, Lin Lei and Lin Luo returned unscathed. As for Lin Zhan, he obtained 2 treasures, the 9 revolutions, Yang reversion pill, and Soraka fruit. Lin Zhan said, "It's only been a few thousand years. I can't imagine what realm he'll reach in the future." Only Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long knew that Su Zimo had ascended for less than 10,000 years. Fairy Ling Long glanced at Lin Lei and smiled. "Lei, you're usually prideful and look down on all the perfected immortals in the world. Now that you've met Desolate Martial, you finally know the difference, right?" Lin Lei was silent for a moment before saying, "Indeed, I can't defeat this person. This is the strongest opponent I've encountered since I started cultivating. However, although he's strong in combat, his methods are way too violent and he's not someone of the orthodox path. Otherwise, I would really want to get to know him." "In what way was he violent?" At the side, Lin Luo suddenly said, "Didn't you notice? The ones who died in his hands were the perfected immortals who ate the blood peaches. Even in the hellfire at the end, many perfected immortals were not affected by it. I noticed that none of those perfected immortals laid their hands on the blood peaches." Lin Lei's heart skipped a beat. In that case, the people who died deserved it indeed. Right then, Lin Zhan suddenly asked, "Since the two of you are here, what happened to Desolate Martial? Did you guys leave him in Langfeng City?" At the mention of that, Lin Lei felt guilty and did not dare to raise his head. "Speak!" Lin Zhan hollered with a furious expression. Lin Lei knelt on the ground hurriedly and explained, "Father, please calm down. I was worried that the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain wouldn't let him off after killing so many people. If I bring Desolate Martial back, he'll bring a calamity to our Lin family and the Battle Kingdom." The anger in Lin Zhan's eyes did not diminish. "So, this is the way you treat a benefactor who saved your lives." Chapter 2442 2442 Expert Mastermind 2442 Expert Mastermind. Lin Lei felt aggrieved as well. "Father!" Desolate Martial headed to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain because of a Tao child that served him. It was just a coincidence that he saved us. "You're still quibbling." Lin Zhan's expression darkened. Suddenly he reached out and pulled out the halberd in front of the bed. That action shocked Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Even Fairy Ling Long was shocked. She hurried forward and stood in front of Linley, hollering, "Laer, admit your mistake! Even if Desolate Marshal didn't do it to save you and your sister, you shouldn't have left him there alone. Since I gave you the teleportation jade talisman, you could have brought him back with you." When Linley saw that his father was truly enraged, he replied hurriedly, worried that the latter's injuries would be aggravated. "Father, I know my mistake now. Please don't be angry." Fairy Ling Long chimed in as well. "Don't get anxious. After all, we don't know for sure if Desolate Marshal is dead. There might still be hope." "What hope can there be?" Lin Zhan's anger did not subside as he pointed at Linley. He also said that immortal kings of the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain have already sensed it. By the time the immortal kings descend, how will Desolate Marshal, who's only at the perfected immortal realm, survive? Even if Desolate Marshal has a treasure, like the teleportation jade talisman, it'll be difficult for him to release it with immortal kings present. Everyone present fell silent. All of them knew that Lin Zhan was not wrong. Lin Luo reached out and stroked Lin Zhan's back gently, comforting him carefully. "Father, perhaps Desolate Marshal will be blessed by the heavens and might just survive." Fairy Linglong's heart skipped a beat. "I thought of something. The appearance of Desolate Marshal should be the variable in my divination. If even my 6-rin divine calculation can't divine his existence, there must be something extraordinary about him." At that thought, she took out a messenger talisman from her storage bag and said in a deep voice, "Go check out news of Desolate Marshal in Langfeng City of the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain. Report to me immediately if anything happens." For an immortal kingdom like the Battle Kingdom, there was a group of cultivators who specialized in gathering information from all over the place. Fairy Linglong looked at Lin Zhan begrudgingly and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Laer did something wrong in a moment of desperation because he was worried about you. Why are you so angry?" Lin Zhan harumphed coldly. "He was saved by that person, but he wasn't grateful at all. Instead, he came back alone. If Desolate Marshal were to die in Langfeng City, it would be indirectly caused by Laer. For such a grave sin, even if you—" Fairy Ling Long interrupted him. "Why? Are you going to kill Laer as compensation?" Notwithstanding the fact that there's still no news of Desolate Marshal, even if he died, things don't have to come to this. Lin Zhan remained silent. After a while, Fairy Ling Long sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness once more and asked in confusion, "I remember that when Su Zimo ascended, there were 2 true bodies. However, one of the true bodies with the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was destroyed by King Yunyu, and only the Creation Green Lotus was spared. What's up with Desolate Marshal?" Lin Zhan frowned. "I'm not sure either. From the looks of it, Desolate Marshal seems to be much stronger than Su Zimo's creation, Green Lotus." Fairy Linglong said, "Yes, he's now the sect master of the Fiend Domain's Tianhuang sect. Even Feng Cantillon is under his lead." At the mention of Feng Cantillon, Lin Zhan's expression softened and he revealed a smile. "To think that Brother Feng isn't dead but was imprisoned in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom instead. Now that he's free, he advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm in the Fiend Domain and became an immortal king." At that point, Lin Zhan sighed softly in a dejected manner. "It's been a long time since we last met. Unfortunately, my injuries have yet to recover, and I can't leave. Of those old friends who ascended from Tianhuang mainland back then, there's probably only the 3 of us left after so many years, Sai." Fairy Ling Long consoled him. "Thankfully, Su Zimo and other promising descendants of Tianhuang mainland are now here. They might be able to accomplish what we have yet to." "I hope so," Lin Zhan replied. Suddenly, as though he recalled something, a cold glint flashed through Lin Zhan's eyes as he sent a voice transmission. Right, why was it such a coincidence back then that King Yunyu appeared to kill Su Zimo just as he was ascending? King Yunyu definitely doesn't have the ability to do so. Fairy Linglong said in a deep voice. An expert must have guided him from behind the scenes and used a supreme secret skill to divine the heavenly secrets. He calculated the time and landing spot of Su Zimo's ascension and thereafter tried to murder the latter. Even I can't achieve that level of precision. I merely vaguely divined that Su Zimo had a calamity, and hence I was slightly late to arrive back then. Lin Jian asked directly, "Who in the heavenly world can do this?" "That person might not even be from the heavenly world," Fairy Linglong said. "The Trichiliocosm is vast and boundless with countless extraordinary people. There are many people who can do this. In the heavenly world, there is indeed someone who can do this, but what?" Lin Jian asked. Fairy Linglong said, "Apart from King Yinyu, there was a second person who tried to kill Su Zimo. He was unfamiliar and not the person from the heavenly world I was referring to. Could he have used some secret skill to change his appearance?" Lin Jian asked. Fairy Linglong shook her head. "No, our cultivation realms are similar. If he was using a secret skill, I would have sensed it." Lin Jian said deeply, "In that case, the person beside King Yin should be from outside the heavenly world." Fairy Linglong seemed to be in deep thought as a look of worry flashed through her eyes. "What I'm worried about right now is another situation." "What do you mean?" Lin Jian's expression changed. He could tell that Fairy Linglong was implying something. Just as Fairy Linglong was about to explain, a shout sounded from outside the hall. It was anxious and trembled slightly, as though something major and shocking had happened. Reporting, "There's news from the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain." Everyone in the chamber was invigorated. Fairy Linglong, Lin Lei, and Lin Luo stood up one after another with nervous expressions. Lin Lei was even more uneasy. He knew that Desolate Marshal was most likely doomed. Once they received the news, he would definitely be severely punished by his father. In the blink of an eye, a guard charged into the hall and panted, bowing to Lin Jian and the others. "There's no need for formalities. How's Desolate Marshal?" Fairy Linglong asked directly. The guard said, "Desolate Marshal has already left Langfeng City." "What?" Lin Lei's heart skipped a beat as he asked in disbelief. "He left alive?" The guard nodded. It said that an immortal king descended at that time. Desolate Marshal withstood an attack from the immortal king and killed the city, lord of Langfeng City. Song Xian, right under his nose! Pissed. Lin Lei and Lin Luo gasped in shock. The guard continued. Thereafter, more than 10 immortal kings descended. Desolate Marshal summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod and broke through the void, entering a spatial tunnel to leave the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Lin Lei and Lin Luo were dumbfounded by now. Desolate Marshal managed to withstand a single attack from an immortal king and even kill Song Xian right in front of the latter. Thereafter, he escaped from under the noses of more than 10 immortal kings. Something like that happened after the two of them left. Chapter 2443. 2443, you're so weak. 2443, you're so weak. Even Lin Jian and Fairy Linglong were pleasantly surprised and in disbelief, let alone Lin Lei and his sister. However, the two of them were experienced and knowledgeable. When they thought about the variables revealed by Desolate Marshal, they could still maintain their composure. Lin Lei's face was filled with shock. His mind was in a mess from the news, and he could not process it for a moment. He tried his best to organize his thoughts and asked, "No, wait a moment. Desolate Marshal is only a perfected immortal. How can he break through the void and escape from Langfeng City?" Fairy Linglong said, "If Desolate Marshal has the Hell Suppression Tripod in his hands, he should have already taken over Avicii and established a passage with it so that he can return there at any time. Isn't the Hell Suppression Tripod with—" Lin Jian had once heard Fairy Ling Long mention that the reason why Su Zimo survived his ascension was because he was hiding in the Hell Suppression tripod. However, before he could finish, he recalled that Su Zimo and Desolate Marshal were the same person to begin with. It was not surprising that the tripod Hell Suppression tripod was in the hands of Desolate Marshal. Lin Lei still had many doubts that he could not understand and asked, "Wait, more than 10 immortal kings descended and watched Desolate Marshal leave Langfeng City without doing anything?" "Yes, someone did something." The guard nodded hurriedly and said, "In a fit of anger, an immortal king chased after him and—" At that point, the guard suddenly gulped, as though he had a lingering fear. "And then what?" Lin Lei asked impatiently. The guard said, "Thereafter, not long after, the immortal king died." Lin Lei and Lin Luo were dumbfounded, and their jaws nearly dropped to ground. An existence like an immortal king who was almost at his peak in the upper world died. Furthermore, he died under unknown circumstances. Instinctively, Lin Lei looked at Lin Zhan and Fairy Linglong in confusion. When Fairy Linglong heard the news and knew that Desolate Marshal was fine, she relaxed as well. Smiling, she explained, "Desolate Marshal broke through the void and returned to Avicii. The immortal king chased after him as well. How dangerous is Avicii? Even Emperor-level experts can't come out alive. Desolate Marshal is naturally not in danger with the Hell Suppression tripod guarding him. However, for that immortal king expert who went in, wasn't that the same as committing suicide?" "I see." Lin Lei was enlightened. The guard grinned slightly. "I heard that the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain suffered immense losses in this battle. More than half of their perfected immortal experts died alongside the 5 city lords of their immortal cities. There's definitely no chance for them to fight for the perfected immortal ranking at the 9 firmament meet." Lin Zhan smiled and praised. He turned the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain upside down single-handedly and severely injured the immortality cultivation world. This damage will definitely take tens of thousands of years to recover. More than that, he even managed to escape unscathed. Impressive. Desolate Marshal will definitely become famous in the heavenly world and shock the 9 firmament with this battle. Fairy Linglong smiled. Actually, Desolate Marshal's name has already spread through the heavenly world 1,000 years ago. He underwent the 10th tribulation, annihilated an army of 1,000,000 fiends, and slayed the supreme, perfected fiend. Those were enough for him to be famous throughout the world. However, almost no one believed those rumors. In this battle, countless cultivators witnessed Desolate Marshal wreaking havoc in Langfeng City and killing thousands of perfected immortals. He killed the city lords of the 5 immortal cities, trapped an immortal king to death, and escaped unscathed. From this day forth, none of the paragons and monster incarnates in the world will dare to look down on him any more. When Lin Lei saw that his parents admired Desolate Marshal immensely and were not stingy with their praises, he could not help but feel jealous. Indeed, he admired Desolate Marshal's methods. However, he had been extremely outstanding among his peers since he was young, and his parents had never praised him as such. Furthermore, Lin Zhan and Fairy Linglong were praising Desolate Marshal right in front of him. That made him feel even more upset. Lin Lei said, "Desolate Marshal's combat strength is indeed strong. However, isn't he too reckless with his actions? He was merely pursuing an adrenaline rush and doesn't know how to take into account the bigger picture. Although he killed to his heart's content by barging into Langfeng City this time round and became famous throughout the world, he has also formed a feud with the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. I'm certain that the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain will definitely make a huge move to take revenge on Desolate Marshal and his Tianhuang sect. Desolate Marshal has the Hell Suppression tripod and can hide in Avicii at any moment. However, what about Tianhuang sect? His actions will bring about a calamity for Tianhuang sect. Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long exchanged glances and nodded to themselves. Lin Lei's words made sense. Unexpectedly, when the guard heard that, he waved it off. That won't happen. It's said that the immortal kings of the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain have decided to reconsider things at length. Huh. Lin Lei's eyes widened as he asked, how is that possible? Thousands of perfected immortals, the city lords of 5 immortal cities, and an immortal king. The Jade Firmament Immortal Domain decided to let go of such a huge loss and deep feud? The guard replied, the exact reason is unknown, but I heard that it has something to do with a mask. However, the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain had indeed not taken revenge and merely focused on rebuilding Langfeng City. The immortal kings returned and did not appear again as well. Mask. Lin Lei had a lost expression and looked towards Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long instinctively. He felt that his understanding of the world had been challenged continuously for the past hour, and he could no longer think properly. The reaction of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain was beyond Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Ling's expectations as well. Mask, mask. Fairy Ling Long murmured softly, what mask can make the immortal kings of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain so wary? Could it be? Suddenly, a possibility crossed her mind. At the same time, Lin Zhan seemed to have understood something as he nodded to Fairy Ling Long. That should be the case. That mask is probably the only thing that can be so intimidating. Fairy Ling Long suddenly smiled. To think that Desolate Marshal would have so many secrets. I wonder what's his relationship with that person. Lin Zhan burst into laughter. The Jade Firmament Immortal Domain will have no choice but to take this loss. Lin Luo was engrossed at the side and did not say anything the entire time. At that moment, she snapped out of his stupor and could not help but clap and praise. Desolate Marshal is amazing! Among her peers, she had admired Lin Lei the most since she was young. But now, she suddenly realized that her brother was much inferior compared to Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. Lin Luo patted Lin Lei on the shoulder with a grin and teased, Brother, you're so weak compared to him. Lin Lei was already dejected. Now that his own sister stabbed him once more, he was extremely agitated and nearly fainted from the shock. Lin Lei's face darkened as he snapped, Your judgment isn't that good either. The Su Zimo you fancy is far inferior compared to Desolate Marshal. When did I ever say that I fancied him? Lin Luo argued. Lin Lei pouted and continued, Notwithstanding Desolate Marshal, that frail scholar is worlds compared to me. Lin Luo ran to Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long hurriedly and wheedled, Father, Mother, look at him! He's bullying me again. Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Ling Long exchanged glances. Lin Zhan sneered and glared at Lin Lei in a huff. Fairy Ling Long shook her head gently and said meaningfully, Lair, don't underestimate others. Perhaps one day you might realize that you couldn't be any wronger. Chapter 2444 2444 Flora Myriad Weapons 2444 Flora Myriad Weapons. Lin Luo leaned against Lin Zhan and urged, Father, hurry and consume the 9 revolutions, Yang Reversion Pill, and Sriracha Fruit. I don't know if those 2 things will be useful for your injuries. Lin Zhan had a gentle expression and looked at Lin Luo dotingly with a smile. The medicine that my precious daughter painstakingly retrieved will definitely be useful. With the help of these 2 treasures, it won't be long before my injuries and cultivation recovers. That's great. Lin Luo leaped up in joy. That was the best news for her. All these years, she had been extremely sad when she saw her father severely injured and her mother worried day and night. However, she did not know how to help. And now, this problem was finally resolved perfectly. Lin Lei was delighted as well. The displeasure in his heart earlier on had long vanished. Compared to his father's health, nothing else mattered. Little sister, you've done a great deed this time round. Lin Lei smiled. I won't bully you any more from now on. How dare you? Lin Luo raised her chin with a proud expression. Fairy Linglong smiled. All right, go and play. Don't come in and disturb us. Understood. Lin Lei and Lin Luo realized that their father was about to recuperate in seclusion and bowed hurriedly to bid farewell. A series of joyful laughter sounded from outside the chamber. That sort of laughter had not appeared in the palace of the Battle Kingdom for many years. In the chamber, the smile on Fairy Linglong's face gradually disappeared as she looked at the two departing children. She turned to look at Lin Zhan with a gentle gaze, but remained silent. Lin Zhan reached out and held Fairy Linglong's palm gently, saying softly, "You knew." Fairy Linglong nodded. "I know your injuries the best. The 9 revolutions, Yang reversion pill, and Sriracha fruit alone won't be able to save you." Knowing that he could not hide it from Fairy Linglong, Lin Zhan smiled casually. "Not really. The Sriracha fruit can heal my essence spirit and help me recover a little. If I'm lucky, my combat strength can even reach the Grotto Heaven realm. Of course, it's a little weak compared to when I was at my peak." Fairy Linglong lowered her head in silence, but her eyes reddened slightly. At his peak, Lin Zhan was a supreme immortal king who could condense a major Grotto Heaven. Furthermore, he was a top-tier existence among supreme immortal kings. At his peak, Lin Zhan ruled over an immortal kingdom and was fearless against all challenges. But now, even if he was lucky, he could only barely recover to the level of an ordinary immortal king. The difference was like heaven and earth. What sort of torture was this huge difference for Lin Zhan? Lin Zhan said, "I didn't tell the two children the truth because I didn't want them to worry. All these years, the two of them have been worried and endured too much. It's been a long time since I've seen them so happy." "I know." Fairy Linglong secretly wiped away the tears in her eyes and forced a smile. "Actually, that's good as well. By spreading the news that you've recovered, it's also a form of threat to some of the restless factions outside. They don't know the details, so they won't dare to act rashly." Lin Zhan nodded, but there was still a hint of helplessness and bitterness in the depths of his eyes as he murmured, "I wonder how long this matter can remain hidden." The news of the battle in Langfeng City of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain spread rapidly among the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. In less than 5 days, news of it spread through the heavenly world. Desolate Marshall became famous after a single battle and caused a huge stir in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss. The name of Desolate Marshall had long spread in the Fiend Domain, and things were initially relatively calm. However, when they heard that Desolate Marshall headed to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain alone and started a massacre, countless fiend cultivators shouted wildly, "Have you heard? A supreme fiend was born in the Fiend Domain." "I heard. He underwent the 10th tribulation, destroyed an army of 1,000,000 fiends, and killed the supreme, perfected fiend. He barged into the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain alone and caused a huge ruckus at the Immortal Peach Banquet, where he killed thousands of perfected immortals, the city lords of the 5 immortal cities, and even an immortal king. There's no reaction from the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain despite suffering such immense losses. Who would dare? Desolate Marshall is backed by Emperor Bo Sun, who ruled over the heavenly world in the past. Who would dare to provoke him? Almost all the cultivators from the major sects and factions of the heavenly world, the immortal cities of the immortal kingdoms, and every corner were discussing this matter. Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. In front of painting Immortal Lemo Qing's cave abode, Sword Immortal Yu Hua held a messenger jade scroll in his hands and lingered in the vicinity. A long time later, the door to the cave abode opened slowly. Mo Qing strode out and asked with an indifferent expression, "Senior brother, why are you looking for me?" "Something happened in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain." Sword Immortal Yu Hua said. Mo Qing did not care about the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain at all. In recent years, when she went to the Academy's messenger pavilion to browse through information, she merely focused on some news of the Fiend domain. However, immediately after, Sword Immortal Yu Hua continued, "The peerless fiend of the Fiend domain, Desolate Marshal, has appeared." Mo Qing's expression changed. She tried her best to steady herself and maintain her composure as she said nonchalantly, "Let me take a look." Sword Immortal Yu Hua handed over the messenger jade scroll in his hands. Mo Qing placed it on her forehead, and her spirit consciousness surged in. Before long, she browsed through all the news discovered by Heaven and Earth Academy in Langfeng City. The information in the Jade Scroll was not detailed and did not describe the situation after Desolate Marshal left. However, Mo Qing discovered a detail in the messenger Jade Scroll. Junior brother Su of the Academy was also in Langfeng City at that time. In other words, there was a high chance that junior brother Su was present and witnessed this battle personally. Mo Qing was prepared to make a move to the inner sect of the Academy to ask Su Zimo about this personally. When Sword Immortal Yu Hua saw Mo Qing take the messenger Jade Scroll and leave without saying anything to him after browsing through it, he could not help but feel displeased. Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned. "Where are you intending to go, junior sister? This matter has caused a huge stir in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. Master has already ordered us to try our best not to leave the Academy during this period of time. Because of the battle in Langfeng City, many factions of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain felt immensely threatened. Who could guarantee that Desolate Marshal would not come knocking the next time and kill everyone before turning to leave? In fact, some sects and factions even sealed their mountains and placed restrictions on their disciples, afraid that they would bump into this peerless fiend should they wander outside. Even for a heaven-grade sect like Heaven and Earth Academy, immortal kings have begun to patrol the Academy from time to time. Su Zimo did not know at all that not only did the battle of the Martial Tao Prime Body make him famous, it even caused the entire 9 Firmament Immortal Domain to be on tenterhooks. "Senior brother, am I supposed to inform you of my whereabouts?" Mo Qing asked instead. Sword Immortal Yu Hua chuckled. "Junior sister, you're putting it too seriously. The reason why I rushed over right away when I heard about this was to remind you to be careful. After all, this peerless fiend is incomparably violent and bloodthirsty. He doesn't know how to cherish women." Suddenly, Mo Qing recalled something and smiled in a rare manner, saying gently, "It's fine, the Academy is safe with you around, senior brother." Sword Immortal Yu Hua was stunned when he saw Mo Qing smile. When he heard Mo Qing's words, he was pleasantly surprised and smiled. Mo Qing continued, "After all, Desolate Marshal's reputation probably precedes him. If he dares to appear, I'm sure you will definitely be able to sever his facade and destroy his myth with a single slash, senior brother." With that said, Mo Qing floated away. The smile on Sword Immortal Yu Hua's face froze, and his expression darkened completely. He had said those exact words to Mo Qing in the past, but now it sounded extremely ironic. That was because right now there was no perfected immortal in the entire 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, or even the heavenly world, who would dare to say something like that to Desolate Marshal. Chapter 2445. 2445 Painting Immortal's Thoughts. 2445 Painting Immortal's Thoughts. Sword Immortal Yu Hua looked in the direction where Fairy Mo Qing left with a terrible expression. Before long, a cultivator sped over. This person was also a legacy disciple named Shaoli. After joining the legacy ground, he had always followed Sword Immortal Yu Hua and obeyed his orders. "Where did she go?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua asked in a deep voice. Shaoli said, "I saw senior sister Mo Qing head to the inner sect of the Academy with my own eyes. It was in the direction of Su Zimo's cave abode." "Him again?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned. Xiao Li was puzzled as well. From what I know, this is already Senior Sister Mo Qing's second time going to Su Zimo's cave abode. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression was dark, and he remained silent, deep in thought. Xiao Li said in a deep voice, Senior Sister Mo Qing has an aloof personality and doesn't like to interact with others. She has always been alone and has never taken the initiative to head to anyone's cave abode in the legacy ground. Why did she head to the inner sect of the academy twice to look for Su Zimo? I might have been wrong. Suddenly, Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, because of the previous rumors, I subconsciously thought that there was something between Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu. However, all these years after Yang Ruoxu entered the Perfected One realm and became a legacy disciple, he became extremely close to Princess Scarlet Rainbow of the inner sect of the academy. The only thing missing is an official declaration from both of them that they are Dao companions. Xiaoli nodded. It's impossible between Senior Sister Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, I've just recalled carefully. Actually, there was another person at the scene when Mo Qing appeared twice to save Yang Ruoxu. Su Zimo. Xiaoli probed. Sword Immortal Yu Hua nodded and narrowed his eyes slightly. Several thousand years ago at the Immortal Sect selection, for some unknown reason, Mo Qing suddenly appeared and descended upon the coiling Dragon Mountain range to save Yang Ruoxu. However, the cause of that conflict was Su Zimo. Thereafter, during the conflict in the outer sect of the academy, Yang Ruoxu was present, as were we. That was when Mo Qing appeared once more. However, the root of that conflict was Su Zimo once again. The person Mo Qing truly saved the past 2 times was Su Zimo. Xiaoli frowned. Senior Sister Mo Qing and Su Zimo? Senior Sister Mo Qing is an expert of the perfected One Hollow Nether realm and is one of the 4 great fairies. Su Zimo has just entered the Heaven Essence realm not long ago. The difference between them is too great, right? Sword Immortal Yu Hua harumphed coldly. Don't forget, Su Zimo once condensed the 10th stone step of the Dao Heart Stairs. Unprecedentedly, he was even accepted by Master as an in-name disciple. In terms of status, he's not much inferior to us. However, how can Su Zimo compare to you, senior brother? Xiao Li still could not understand and shook his head. His cultivation realm, status, background, reputation, glory, connections, and faction. He doesn't have any advantage in anything. Compared to you, he's worlds apart. Senior Sister Mo Qing isn't blind. Why would she fancy Su Zimo? The moment he said that, Sword Immortal Yu Hua wavered once more and said deeply, Your words are extremely pertinent and make absolute sense. Compared to me, Su Zimo is indeed way too inferior. Xiao Li said, Perhaps there's nothing between Senior Sister Mo Qing and Su Zimo to begin with. Previously, there were many rumors about Senior Sister Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu as well. However, now that we look back at them, weren't they just rumors and nonsense? Yes, perhaps I'm being overly suspicious. Sword Immortal Yu Hua seemed to be in deep thought. However, I always have the nagging feeling that I seem to have seen Su Zimo somewhere before. After Su Zimo brought Tao Yao back to Heaven and Earth Academy, he headed straight for his cave abode and did not appear for a few days. Firstly, he had appeared in Langfeng City as a disciple of the academy. Now that such a huge thing had happened in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, he wanted to avoid the limelight and wait and see. However, after a few days of observation, he realized that his worries were completely unfounded. Compared to the appearance of the Fiend Domain's desolate marshal and his massacre, no one cared about anything else. Even Lin Lei and his sister were barely discussed, let alone him. Secondly, he had a lot to catch up with Tao Yao after such a long time. Su Zimo intended to keep Tao Yao by his side for the time being. He had to remind Tao Yao about some things lest the latter encountered any trouble in Heaven and Earth Academy. Under normal circumstances, inner sect disciples like him could choose 100 immortal servants from the Academy. However, he had too many secrets, and there was no way he could have implicit trust on any immortal servant. Therefore, his cave abode had been extremely deserted all these years. He was the only one and had to deal with all the chores and trivial matters himself. Now that Tao Yao was by his side, he could save himself a lot of trouble and instill a bit of human warmth as well. Thirdly, he had benefited immensely from this trip to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. His cultivation realm had already risen to the level of a grade 5 Heaven Immortal. For treasures alone, there was the Immortal Willow, Bodhi Seed, Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman, and an Immortal Peach Seedling. In terms of cultivation techniques, he obtained the Pure Jade Manual and also the Dermic Tao of the Twilight Drum. All of that required a large amount of time to cultivate and consolidate. Of course, the greatest gain of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain was the recovery of Tao Yao. Apart from the Ashoka tree from before, there were now 2 more immortal trees in the cave abode. All these years, the Ashoka tree showed no signs of resurrection. Su Zimo decided to plant the withered branch of the immortal willow and the immortal peach seedling he obtained and wait and see. For the past few days, Tao Yao would visit the 3 immortal trees from time to time and take good care of them. On the couch in the cave abode, Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed in his hands and was browsing through the Pure Jade Manual. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he heard a message from outside the cave abode. Senior's sister, Mo Ching. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo stood up and went outside the cave abode to welcome Senior's sister, Mo Ching, in. If it was anyone else, Su Zimo would most likely ignore them. However, Senior's sister, Mo Ching, had saved him twice after all, and the 2 of them had even gone through thick and thin in Avicii. After Mo Ching sat down, she took the initiative to speak without exchanging pleasantries. I heard about what happened in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. You were there too, right? Ah. Su Zimo was stunned. For the past few days, everyone in the academy had been discussing Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, and no one paid attention to him. This was the first time someone had asked about this matter. Does the fact that she suddenly asked that means that she's already suspicious of me and Desolate Marshal? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. After all, in both Avicii and Langfeng City, he was present at the same time as the Marshal Tao Prime Body. It was indeed easy for people to make connections. Huh, that's a coincidence. Su Zimo laughed and said vaguely, by some freak coincidence I happened to be in Langfeng City at that time. Who knew that Desolate Marshal would suddenly charge over? I heard that it was because a Tao child that served him was captured by the city, Lord of Langfeng City. The battle was intense and chaotic at that time, so I did not have the time to chat with him. Mo Ching had a calm expression as she acknowledged. The news I saw in the messenger Jade Scroll was not detailed. Tell me more about the situation. Su Zimo was at a loss. From Senior's sister, Mo Ching's expression, it seemed like she did not suspect him. In that case, why did she suddenly head over to ask about such a thing? Su Zimo could not understand Mo Ching's thoughts and could only recount the entire situation from the perspective of a bystander. Fairy Mo Ching was engrossed at the side. From time to time, a look would flash through her beautiful eyes and a faint smile would appear on her lips. Chapter 2446, 2446, Painting a Portrait of Him. 2446, Painting a Portrait of Him. She's actually smiling. As Su Zimo was narrating, he inadvertently glanced at Mo Ching's elegant and refined face from the corner of his eye in surprise. Blinking, he looked up and realized that Mo Ching was sitting there with an indifferent expression, as though the smile on her lips earlier on was just his imagination. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. After all, there was indeed nothing laughable about the battle in Langfong City. Furthermore, senior sister Mo Qing was immersed in the Tao of painting and had a calm personality. She was pure with few desires, rarely revealing any semblance of emotions. Why would she smile because of a huge battle in the jade, firmament, immortal domain? When I saw that the situation was bad, I ran back in advance. I heard that desolate Marshall escaped and scathed later on as well. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and finally finished recounting the matter. Mo Qing lowered her head slightly and asked, "Did desolate Marshall contact you later on?" "No." Su Zimo shrugged his shoulders gently. He was not lying about that. The Marshall Tao Prime Body had not taken the initiative to contact him after entering Avicii. He had too many things on his side and couldn't care less about the Marshall Tao Prime Body. Mo Qing sat quietly in silence for a long time in deep thought. Su Zimo could not chase Mo Qing out either and could only sit by the side in confusion. After a long time, Mo Qing suddenly turned around and looked at Su Zimo, asking hesitantly, "Junior brother Su, did you know what fellow Taoist desolate Marshall looks like?" Su Zimo felt guilty and did not know how to reply. No matter how he thought about it, the only way he could bluff his way through was to pretend that he did not know. Just as Su Zimo was about to make up a casual excuse, he raised his head and met Mo Qing's eyes. Those eyes were clear as water, pure and moving, as though they were the most beautiful painting in the world. Looking at those eyes, Su Zimo could not bring himself to lie. Avoiding Mo Qing's gaze, he reached out and picked up a cup of fragrant tea at the side to hide his emotions. "Senior sister, why are you curious about desolate Marshall's appearance?" Mo Qing said, "I want to paint a portrait of him." Cough, cough. Su Zimo had just taken a sip of tea. When he heard that, he choked and blushed. Mo Qing had a calm expression and explained in an indifferent tone, "It's because fellow Taoist desolate Marshall saved me before. I don't have anything to repay him and can only give him a painting as a token of my appreciation." "I see." Su Zimo composed himself and lamented internally, "I was thinking too much." He coughed gently. "Senior sister, you can just find a random painting to give him. Every single painting of yours is a treasure of the world." "How can that do?" Mo Qing shook her head and said seriously, "If I'm only giving him a painting, I naturally have to express my sincerity. How can I be so casual about it?" Su Zimo said, "Senior sister, you can just do a new painting. Why are you asking about desolate Marshall's appearance?" "I want to draw a desolate Marshall himself." Mo Qing blurted, "A portrait painting." Su Zimo's eyes widened as he looked at Mo Qing in shock. Instinctively, he asked, "Senior sister, didn't you say you never draw portraits?" At the mention of that, Mo Qing lowered her head slightly and avoided Su Zimo's gaze, saying softly, "Because I obtained the divine ghost immortal fiend diagram and had a new comprehension of the Tao of painting, I wanted to try and draw a portrait." Su Zimo was stunned on the spot, and his mind was in chaos. No matter how oblivious he was, he understood at this moment why senior sister Mo Qing would come to his cave abode twice to ask about the Marshall Tao Prime Body. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I'll head back first." Suddenly, Mo Qing stood up and walked out of the cave abode. Su Zimo stood up hurriedly as well and sent senior sister Mo Qing out the door. He only felt relieved after senior sister Mo Qing disappeared from his line of sight. But soon he felt a headache. It couldn't be right. What was this? For a moment, Su Zimo did not know how to deal with this matter. Under normal circumstances, the simplest solution was to lay his cards on the table with Mo Qing, tell her that he was desolate Marshall. If senior sister Mo Qing knew that he was desolate Marshall, she would most likely look down on him and give up immediately. However, the Marshall Tao Prime Body was his secret and greatest trump card. He did not want to expose it too early. After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo could only choose to delay for the time being. In any case, the martial Tao prime body and Mo Qing were worlds apart and could not get together. In the future, he would cultivate in seclusion in the academy and hide from senior sister, Mo Qing. As time passed, senior sister, Mo Qing, would probably forget about this matter. Right then, the martial Tao prime body suddenly sensed something. The martial Tao prime body arrived at Avicii and made use of the living beings of hell inside. Before long, he killed the immortal king that was chasing after him. Thereafter, the martial Tao prime body did not linger in Avicii and returned to Tianhuang sect directly. This time round, the martial Tao prime body had benefited quite a bit as well. Notwithstanding the storage bag of an immortal king, there were also thousands of Tao fruits. Every Tao fruit contained the dermic Tao of a perfected immortal and was extremely precious. This was a gain that countless perfected immortals would fight for in the cultivation world. In order to refine the true martial Tao body and continue comprehending the martial Tao dermic formulation, the number of Tao fruits required by the martial Tao prime body was unimaginable. The reason why the martial Tao prime body summoned the green lotus true body this time round was because of something else. 1,000 years ago, news of Feng Cantillon entering the Grotto Heaven realm and being conferred the title of Immortal King, Heavenly Wrath had long spread to the 9 firmament immortal domain. However, after so long, there was still no news of perfected Immortal Burial Night and Feng Zi. The two of them did not rush to the Fiend domain to meet Feng Cantillon either. Perfected Immortal Burial Night was an old friend of Feng Santian's from his generation in Tianhuang mainland. Feng Zi was Feng Santian's granddaughter and his only kin in this world. Feng Cantillon was worried and even headed to the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain to search. However, the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain was vast and boundless. If Feng Cantillon searched bit by bit, it would be equivalent to searching for a needle in a haystack. Because he released his spirit consciousness as an immortal king to search, the great Jin immortal kingdom was drawn to him before long, and a few supreme immortal kings even joined forces to hunt him down. Feng Cantillon had just formed his grotto heaven and was not a match for the many immortal kings. Helpless, he could only retreat to the Fiend domain. It was inconvenient for Feng Cantillon to do anything in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Therefore, he wanted Su Zimo, who was a disciple of the Academy, to find out more about news of perfected Immortal Burial Night and Feng Zi. When he received the news before his cave abode, Su Zimo remained silent. This was indeed a huge matter. Under normal circumstances, if perfected Immortal Burial Night and Feng Zi were fine and heard that Feng Cantillon had already established himself in the Fiend domain, they would definitely head there. However, there was no news of the two of them for 1,000 years. Su Zimo recalled something. Back when the great Jin Immortal Kingdom wanted to hunt him down, they also launched a frenzied encirclement and suppression of Remnant Night, the organization established by perfected Immortal Burial Night. The leader was Prince Yuanzhua. Even if perfected Immortal Burial Night and Feng Zi were still alive, their situation over the years must have been extremely bad. Right now, the only possibility was that perfected Immortal Burial Night and Feng Zi were not in the hands of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Otherwise, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom would definitely use the two of them to threaten Feng Cantillon. Chapter 2447 2447 Old Friends 2447 Old Friends. At the mention of Feng Zi, Su Zimo could not help but think of someone else. Prince Yuanzhua. Back then, it was because Prince Yuanzhua held the hunting meet that he got to know Feng Zi and eventually saved Feng Cantillon. 1,000 years ago, near Great Taiwei Mountain, Prince Yuanzhua joined forces with flying immortal sex heaven Immortal Gui Yuan, Pang Yi of the Pang clan, Xie Tianhong of the Yenyang Immortal Kingdom, Tang Peng of the Academy and the others to ambush and kill him. In the end, they were defeated by the 4 sacred souls awakened from the hell suppression tripod and suffered immense losses. Pang Yi, Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan, Tang Peng, and the others were all dead. Xie Tianhong, perfected Immortal Jingyu, and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon were buried in Avicii as well. Only Prince Yuanzhua noticed that the situation was bad and escaped back to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. All these years there had been no news of Prince Yuanzhua, as though he had vanished without a trace. Su Zimo had joined Heaven and Earth Academy and was now backed by one of the 4 immortal sections. Even Zither Immortal Meng Yao did not have much chance to attack, and Prince Yuanzhua could only give up. If I were to search for perfected Immortal Burial Knight and Feng Zi alone, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I've got to use the Academy's strength. At that thought, Su Zimo was prepared to head to the inner sect and ask Yang Ruoxu about what to do. Right then, an auspicious cloud sped over not far away with 3 figures standing on it. Su Zimo looked up and could not help but smile. Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow held hands and walked together. Beside them stood a child around 9 years old. He wore a green robe and had a tender face. He looked very cute, but his eyes were mature. It was Lu Ping. The 3 of them could be considered as Su Zimo's only acquaintances in Heaven and Earth Academy. Since Yang Ruoxu was among them, it saved him the trouble of making another trip. "Brother Su, how have you been?" Before he arrived, Yang Ruoxu said loudly with a smile as he stood on the auspicious cloud. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping beckoned and greeted him as well. Su Zimo smiled. "I've obtained the legacy of the sect master and divined with my fingers to know that old friends are coming to visit today. As such, I came out in advance to welcome them." Ha 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 ha. Yang Ruoxu and the other 2 burst into laughter. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them descended. Su Zimo brought the 3 of them back to the cave abode and sat down one after another. It had been 1,000 years since the 4 of them last met. Yang Ruoxu said, "Over the years, there have been a few times when I wanted to look for you. However, I saw that you were in seclusion and did not disturb you. To think that you would run to the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain after coming out of seclusion this time round and even encounter an unprecedented battle." Su Zimo shook his head gently and smiled bitterly. It was a freak coincidence. "Senior brother, why you?" As though he had discovered something, Lu Ping pointed at Su Zimo with widened eyes. "You've already cultivated to become a grade 5 Heaven Immortal." Yang Ruoxu swept his spirit consciousness and detected Su Zimo's cultivation realm. "Indeed. How strong?" Yang Ruoxu could not help but exclaim. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was shocked as well. Back at the 10,000-year meet, the 3 of them entered the Heaven Essence realm at almost the same time and joined the inner sect. Over the years, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Yang Ruoxu spent a lot of time together. She was a little lazy in her cultivation and had just entered the level 2 Heaven Essence realm. After Lu Ping's assimilation, he underwent a complete transformation and gained extraordinary potential. He cultivated wholeheartedly but was only at the peak of the level 2 Heaven Essence realm right now. However, Su Zimo had already cultivated to become a grade 5 Heaven Immortal. It had only been slightly more than 2,000 years since the 10,000-year meet. That cultivation speed had already surpassed common sense and the understanding of ordinary people. "Senior brother Su, how did you cultivate?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not help but ask. Yang Ruoxu said, "Cultivating in seclusion in the Heaven Essence realm is not enough. There are too many bottlenecks. In order to advance, you have to head out often to train." Exactly. Su Zimo was in absolute agreement with that point. The reason why he could cultivate to become a grade 5 Heaven Immortal in 2,000 years was mainly because of the trip to Avicii 1,000 years ago and this trip to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain recently. He had benefited immensely from the two expeditions, and it was not only in terms of his cultivation realm that had advanced by leaps and bounds. Right then, Tao Yao walked over from the depths of the cave abode with a pot of freshly brewed tea. He came before the four of them and filled their cups one after another. In the Battle of Langfeng City, the martial Tao Prime Body went on a massacre, and the battlefield was in chaos. No one noticed that Su Zimo had left with Tao Yao. Therefore, he did not ask Tao Yao to hide either. Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked at the Tao child with clear eyes and makeup before her and asked in surprise, "Senior Brother Su, you're finally starting to recruit immortal servants." All three of them knew that there had never been outsiders in Su Zimo's cave abode. Previously, Lu Ping even took the initiative to want to come over to Su Zimo's cave abode to help with chores, but the latter did not agree. Now that a Tao child had appeared, the three of them were surprised. The strange thing was that the Tao child's aura was extremely pure and clean, untainted by the mortal world. Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not help but reach out and pinch Tao Yao's cheek gently. Tao Yao did not dodge and merely smiled gently. Although he did not know the three people before him, when he saw Su Zimo welcome them into the cave abode, he knew that they definitely had a good relationship with the latter. Naturally, he expressed goodwill towards the three of them as well. "Senior Brother Su, where did you find this immortal servant? He's so obedient." Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not help but praise. She wished that she could hold Tao Yao's tender face in her hands and kiss it a few times. Tao Yao had never killed anyone and was not tainted by karma or blood. Any living being that saw him would not be able to help but have a good impression of him. He's not an immortal servant. He's an old friend of mine from the lower worlds. Right now, he's a Tao child by my side called Tao Yao. Su Zimo shook his head gently and did not explain further. Instead, he introduced Yang Roxu and the other two to Tao Yao. Tao Yao bowed respectfully to Yang Roxu and the other two. Although that action seemed nonchalant and indifferent, it was far from simple. What were the statuses of Yang Roxu and the other two? They were inner sect disciples and legacy disciples of the academy. If he was just an ordinary immortal servant, there was no need for Su Zimo to introduce Tao Yao to the three of them. This action meant that the Tao child had an extremely important status in Su Zimo's heart. Since Yang Roxu and the other two could think of that, they did not dare to delay and stood up hurriedly to return the greeting. Tao Yao smiled gently and retreated. Lu Ping rolled his eyes and could not help but bring up the past. "Senior Brother Su, you've already made an exception to recruit people. I can move over as well and be a Tao child by your side." Actually, in Lu Ping's heart, Su Zimo was not merely a senior brother of the same sect. Back in the 9 heavens of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, if not for Su Zimo's help, he would have died long ago. Later on, not only did he survive, he even underwent a complete transformation and obtained an unimaginable opportunity. In his heart, Su Zimo was more like a benefactor. That was the reason why he wanted to move over time and again to help Su Zimo with trivial matters. In truth, at that moment, Lu Ping did not understand it, yet the fact that he had such inclinations was not merely because Su Zimo was his benefactor. More than that, Su Zimo was the one and only creation Green Lotus. All the flora in the world would inevitably want to converge towards the vicinity of the creation Green Lotus. Chapter 2448 2448 Power of an Immortal Kingdom. 2448 Power of an Immortal Kingdom. Even Su Zimo did not realize that point. Although he was able to obtain top-tier immortal wood of the heavenly world, such as the Ashoka wood, immortal willow, and immortal peach tree, sapling, due to his opportunities, part of it was naturally due to fate and the nature of creation as well. We'll talk about this later. Su Zimo shook his head gently without commenting. When Lu Ping saw that Su Zimo was unwilling to agree, his heart skipped a beat. I'm going to look for Tao Yao. I'm not playing with you adults anymore. Boring. With that said, Lu Ping jogged into the backyard of the cave abode. Su Zimo did not stop him. However, he chatted idly with young Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow while paying attention to the activity behind the cave abode. Although Lu Ping was not young, he was a child after all and looked similar to Tao Yao. The two children gathered together without any barriers. Lu Ping had been in the academy for a long time and picked out some interesting things to tell Tao Yao. Tao Yao was extremely curious and gradually became familiar with Lu Ping. He knew nothing about Heaven and Earth Academy or the entire upper world. When Su Zimo sensed that, he could not help but feel amused. Naturally, he could tell what Lu Ping was thinking. He wanted to get closer to Tao Yao and find a way to stay here. Sensing the smile on Tao Yao's face and the glint in his eyes, Su Zimo's heart softened and he was suddenly touched. He was usually in seclusion cultivation most of the time. Tao Yao would definitely feel a sense of loneliness facing the massive cave abode alone. Back in Pingyang Town, Tao Yao still had those cute and kind villagers. However, apart from him, Tao Yao did not know anyone else in Heaven and Earth Academy of the Heavenly World. In the future, when Tao Yao walked in the academy and faced this new environment with so many unfamiliar experts around him, he would inevitably feel timid and alienated. It would be a good choice if he could have someone his age from the academy by his side. Even if Su Zimo was cultivating in seclusion, usually, the two children could chat and accompany one another instead of feeling lonely. If Lu Ping insists on staying, let him be. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Lu Ping, who was chatting merrily with Tao Yao, had yet to realize that Su Zimo's thought would change his fate completely. This would be the greatest opportunity in his life. Many years later, when that person stepped onto the peak and looked down on the world, the two Dao children who served him would also be revered and praised by countless descendants. Right. Su Zimo thought of something and asked Brother Yang if I want to look for two people in the divine firmament immortal domain. How should I make use of the Academy's power? The most direct way is to issue a bounty mission in the Academy. Yang Ruoxu said. However, the divine firmament immortal domain is vast. Unless there are any clues, it's extremely difficult to find two people. Furthermore, such a mission takes a long time and might not have an outcome. There won't be many disciples of the Academy who will accept this sort of mission. Su Zimo understood. In other words, Heaven and Earth Academy might not be of much use in searching for perfected immortal burial night and Fengzi. Yang Ruoxu glanced at Princess Scarlet Rainbow beside him. Actually, the three immortal kingdoms are better at searching for people. The three immortal kingdoms rear a large number of immortal armies and many information-gathering organizations. They have many ears and eyes all around. With a single order, the massive immortal kingdoms might be able to discover something. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, Although I'm a princess of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, I'm out all year round and don't have any faction of my own. However, I can inform Brother Qingqing about this. Pausing for a moment, she looked at Su Zimo. Senior Brother Su, you know him too. Yes, Prince Qingqing. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Back when he participated in the 10,000-year meet in the capital of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, he saved the city lord of Dragon Abyss City, Su Shi and his child, Su Shaotian. Because of that, he had a conflict with the major Immortal Dao clan, the Shui clan and Soda feud. At that time, he was only an outer sect disciple of the Academy and could not make the decision to take Su Shi and Su Shaotian in. It was this Prince Qingqing who took the initiative to keep Su Shi and his son by his side, preventing the two of them from being taken revenge by the Shui clan. Although Prince Qingqing had an average status in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and was only an ordinary prince, Su Zimo had a good impression of him. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, Brother Qingqing doesn't rule over a territory and his power is limited. However, he's in the Yang Immortal Kingdom all year round after all and has many subordinates. He can help in this matter. In that case, thank you very much. Su Zimo stood up hurriedly and expressed his thanks to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Regardless of whether this matter comes to an end, thank Prince Qingqing on my behalf. During this period of time, Su Zimo cultivated the pure jade manual and gained some insights. Although he could not control the jade manual in his consciousness, he could already attempt to connect to the world within the jade manual, the pure magnificence heaven. In the pure magnificence heaven, there was a gigantic palace made entirely of essence spirit stones. When dismantled, there would be hundreds of millions of essence spirit stones. There's 100 million essence spirit stones in this storage bag. Help me give them to Prince Qingqing. Su Zimo took out 100 million essence spirit stones from the pure magnificence heaven and handed it over. If he finds them, I'll offer more gifts as gratitude. 100 million essence spirit stones. Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow were shocked. Even though Yang Ruoxu was a perfected immortal, he could not produce so many essence stones. This is a vast fortune. The way Yang Ruoxu looked at Su Zimo turned strange. Princess Scarlet Rainbow waved it off hurriedly. This is too much. If Prince Qingqing leads his subordinates to issue bounties, he will require essence spirit stones as well. As Su Zimo said that, he stuffed the storage bag in his hands into Princess Scarlet Rainbow's hands. Senior brother Su, you've yet to tell us who the two people you're looking for are. Princess Scarlet Rainbow thought for a moment and did not decline further. She accepted the 100 million essence spirit stones and asked again. Su Zimo asked, have the two of you heard of Remnant Knight? I've heard of it. It's an assassin organization that originated from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, there's not much of it left now that it's been hunted down by the execution guards. Yang Ruoxu said, I heard that the founder of Remnant Knight is an old friend of Feng Kantian. Su Zimo nodded. I'm looking for the founder of Remnant Knight, a perfected immortal. His cultivation is at the end of his lifespan, and his Dao title is Burial Knight. The other is Feng Zi, a young woman. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo continued, I'm not sure about their characteristics. Given their capabilities, it's easy for them to hide their tracks and change their appearances. Therefore, even the power of the immortal kingdoms may not be able to track them down. Princess Scarlet Rainbow stood up and said, I'll return to the Yanyang Immortal Kingdom right away and discuss this matter with Brother Qingqing personally. No matter what, we'll do our best. I'll accompany her back. We'll inform you as soon as there's any news or clues. Yang Ruoxu stood up to bid farewell as well. Thank you, both of you. Su Zimo bowed once more in thanks. Chapter 2449, 2449 Letter. 2449 Letter. Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow stood up and left. Lu Ping, who was chatting idly with Tao Yao behind the cave abode, had naturally noticed it long ago. However, he wanted to stay here and pretended not to know. Su Zimo smiled and did not do anything. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo came to the table and took out a white letter, writing solemnly. Thereafter, he took out a storage bag with 100 million essence spirit stones and placed the letter inside, sealing it with his spirit consciousness. Tao Yao Lu Ping. Su Zimo called out. When the two children approached, Su Zimo handed the storage bag to Lu Ping. Take Tao Yao to the teleportation hall of the academy and familiarize him with the surroundings. After arriving at the teleportation hall, head to the Zixian Immortal Kingdom immediately and hand this storage bag to Princess Yin Zhu personally. Tao Yao was extremely unfamiliar with the divine firmament immortal domain and naturally could not complete this task. However, he could familiarize himself with things by following Lu Ping around. Tao Yao nodded in confusion. Lu Ping, on the other hand, was delighted and beamed. He knew that the reason why Su Zimo had such an arrangement was because Su Zimo acknowledged him. This is a simple task, just sending a letter. Don't worry, senior brother. Lu Ping extended his hand and patted his chest, swearing. The contents of the letter were naturally to ask Yunju for help to look for a perfected immortal burial night and Fengzi. Su Zimo would still feel worried if he merely asked Prince Qingqing for help. Among the 3 immortal kingdoms, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was irreconcilable with him, and he naturally could not count on them. Apart from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, the Zixian Immortal Kingdom was the only one left. As for Yunju, she was the princess of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Furthermore, as one of the 4 great fairies, her status in her immortal kingdom was much higher compared to Prince Qingqing. If Yunju could use the power of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom, the chances of her finding Fengzi and perfected immortal burial night would be much higher. If it was just a simple message, there was naturally no need for such trouble. However, Su Zimo had also prepared 100 million essence spirit stones. If he wanted to send the essence spirit stones and letter to Yunju, he could only rely on a personal delivery by people. Princess Yunju. Lu Ping pulled Tao Yao and was about to leave when he stopped in his tracks and frowned, muttering, "Why does that name sound so familiar?" Su Zimo said, "She's also known as the Book Immortal." Ah. Lu Ping was enlightened and his face was filled with surprise. That explains it. Who is the Book Immortal? Is she very famous? Tao Yao blinked and asked. She's way too famous. In fact, she's practically renowned. Lu Ping said, "The divine firmament immortal domain has the 4 great fairies, and they are all famous throughout the entire heavenly world. Countless paragons, monster incarnates, and even more secretly admire them. One of the 4 great fairies is the Book Immortal. Right, a legacy disciple of our Heaven and Earth Academy is also one of the 4 great fairies, the Painting Immortal. I'll tell you more in detail along the way." "All right." Tao Yao nodded and his eyes shone with interest. Lu Ping seemed to have thought of something and was suddenly troubled. "Senior brother, I just realized, given Book Immortal Yunju's status, she's not someone whom we can meet casually. Furthermore, to hand this storage bag over personally, this..." Lu Ping was right. The 4 great fairies were extremely famous and were top-tier experts among the perfected immortals. At their level, there was no way they could meet with such people. Su Zimo said casually, "It's fine. Head to the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. If anyone really stops you, just mention my name." "Huh." Lu Ping was stunned for a moment. However, he reacted quickly and approached Su Zimo mysteriously, asking with raised brows, "Senior brother, could it be that you've already hooked up with Book Immortal Yunju?" "Get lost." Su Zimo glared at him angrily and hollered. Lu Ping did not dare to say anything more and hurriedly pulled Tao Yao out of the cave abode. After the 2 of them walked far away, Lu Ping said to Tao Yao, "Senior brother seemed like he was angry out of embarrassment earlier on. I'm guessing that he should be courting Book Immortal Yunju. However, I don't think there's any hope for this." Lu Ping pouted. "Do you know? Senior brother has a bad relationship with one of the Book Immortal's younger brothers. How could she agree to date him under such circumstances? I think there's a high chance that the 2 of us will be kicked out when we arrive." Lu Ping brought Tao Yao towards the teleportation hall of the academy. Occasionally, when they passed by any location or structure in the academy, he would introduce them to Tao Yao. The distance from Su Zimo's cave abode to the teleportation hall of the academy was less than 15 minutes at most. The 2 of them dawdled, and it took more than 4 hours. After arriving at the teleportation hall of the academy, Lu Ping and Tao Yao activated the teleportation formation and headed straight for the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Before long, the 2 of them descended at the teleportation formation of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. After finding the guards around the teleportation formation, Lu Ping took out his sect badge and explained his intentions to a guard. "You guys want to see Princess Yunju." The guard had a strange expression as he sized up the two children, Lu Ping and Tao Yao, feeling amused. Who was Princess Yunju? There was no way they could meet the book immortal of the four great fairies just like that. Even these guards would not get the chance to take a look at her true appearance, let alone outsiders. If not for the fact that Lu Ping and Tao Yao were from Heaven and Earth Academy and looked like harmless boys, the guard would have kicked them out a long time ago. "Follow me." The guard brought Lu Ping and Tao Yao to a hall. "Wait here. I'll go report this." The guard had just walked out of the hall when he saw a young man passing by not far away. He bowed hurriedly and greeted in an excited manner, "Greetings, Prince Yun Ting." Prince Yun Ting and Princess Yunju were the pride of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom. Every cultivator of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom admired the two of them deeply. Yun Ting glanced at that person and nodded slightly. Thereafter, as though he sensed something, his gaze shifted and landed on Tao Yao in the hall. Yun Ting narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "What a pure and clean aura!" "Who's inside?" Yun Ting asked. "Prince." The guard said hurriedly, "The two boys are from Heaven and Earth Academy and said that they want to see Princess Yunju. They have something to hand to her personally." "Oh." In a flash, Yun Ting entered the hall and looked at Lu Ping and Tao Yao. His entrance into the hall brought about an extremely strong pressure. It was as though sharpness was everywhere in the hall and the atmosphere was tense. Lu Ping and Tao Yao could not sit still and stood up instinctively. "If you have anything, hand it over to me." Yun Ting raised his head slightly and said indifferently, "I'll bring it to my sister. The two of you can head back directly." Chapter 2450. 2450 Personal Badge. 2450 Personal Badge. This is bad, this is bad. Lu Ping's face was ashen as he sent a voice transmission to Tao Yao's spirit consciousness. "Our luck is way too bad. To think that we would bump into Senior Brother's sworn enemy." Initially, Lu Ping intended to obey Su Zimo and mention his name when he saw that the situation was bad. But now that he bumped into Prince Yun Ting, there was no way Lu Ping would dare to mention Su Zimo's name. If Prince Yun Ting knew that they were sent by Su Zimo, he would probably cripple the two of them with a single slash. Just as Lu Ping was about to remind Tao Yao, the latter spoke. "Fellow Taoist, our young master said that he wants us to hand the item over to Princess Yunju personally." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He knew how terrifying Yun Ting was, but Tao Yao did not know Yun Ting's background. Yun Ting could be considered as the #1 Sword Dao expert of the younger generation in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and even the Heavenly World. The Sword Dao was extremely lethal. Those who were accomplished in the Sword Dao were decisive to kill, who would dare to provoke or disobey them. Yun Ting raised his brow slightly, and a sharp glint gradually gathered in his eyes. He glared at Tao Yao and said slowly, "Do you think that my sister is someone you can casually meet?" However, Tao Yao had a serious expression and looked at Yun Ting without backing down. Yun Ting let out an impatient expression and said coldly, "I'll say it again. Hand it over, or I'll send you guys on your way. My young master's name is Su Zimo." Tao Yao seemed to have thought of something and continued, "It's over." Lu Ping had a long face and a sorrowful expression, waiting for a calamity to descend. Su Zimo. Unexpectedly, Yun Ting frowned when he heard those words. The sharpness in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the pressure that enveloped the two of them vanished as well. Indeed, Yun Ting regarded Su Zimo as his greatest enemy in life. However, he wanted to fight Su Zimo openly to determine the victor. Back then, when Yun Ting went to the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom and challenged Su Zimo personally, Outsiders thought that the two of them were at odds and were irreconcilable. However, in reality, there was no deep feud between the two of them. In the depths of Yunting's heart, he had extreme respect towards Su Zimo as an opponent instead. What does he want to give my sister? Although Yunting was puzzled, he no longer made things difficult for Tao Yao and Lu Ping. The two of you follow me. We're actually fine. Lu Ping broke out in cold sweat, but realized that it was only a false alarm. Tao Yao still had a calm expression and did not know that he had just experienced danger. He merely thought that he had to complete what Su Zimo entrusted him to do. Yun Ting brought Tao Yao and Lu Ping along smoothly, and no one dared to stop them. Before long, they arrived at the palace's library and arrived at a room within. Sister. Yun Ting stood at the door and knocked, calling out softly, "Come in." A warm voice sounded from within. Yun Ting pushed the door open and entered with Tao Yao and Lu Ping. In the room, a plain-robed woman sat on a bamboo chair with an ancient book in her hands. She browsed through it carefully without raising her head. Lu Ping looked at the woman curiously. This was the Book Immortal. The plain-robed woman lowered her head, and her features could not be seen clearly. However, she exuded a unique aura, and the fragrance of books was intoxicating. What is it? Yun Zhu did not raise her head, as though Yun Ting's appearance was not as important as the ancient book in her hands. She merely asked casually. Yun Ting said, "Two Dao children from Heaven and Earth Academy came to look for you. They said that Su Zimo had something and wanted them to hand it to you personally." Yun Zhu raised her head and looked towards Tao Yao and Lu Ping. Instantly, Lu Ping was stunned, but he composed himself quickly. Yun Zhu's gaze swept past Lu Ping and landed on Tao Yao's face. She paused for a moment in deep thought. "What's that? Hand it over." Yun Zhu smiled gently. Lu Ping hurried forward and handed Yun Zhu the storage bag. Yun Ting was surprised and asked, "Sister, you're acquainted with Su Zimo?" "Of course," Yun Zhu said as she received the storage bag. Yun Ting was puzzled. "Sister, you usually live in seclusion. How did he get the chance to know you?" Yun Zhu smiled without saying anything. Her spirit consciousness moved and erased the seal on her storage bag, opening it to take a look. She was not moved by the 100 million essence spirit stones. With a calm expression, she took out the letter and browsed through it. When Yun Ting saw that his sister did not reply and instead took out a letter to read, he was even more curious. He could not help but lean over and poke his head out to ask, "Sister, what's written here?" "Move away." Yun Zhu waved her robes gently and pushed Yun Ting far away. "Humph. It must be something shameful if I'm not allowed to see it." Yun Ting harumphed to express his displeasure, but he did not dare to advance further. After reading the letter, Yun Zhu put it away and took out a blank letter. She picked up the brush beside her and wrote seriously. There seemed to be an invisible barrier beside Yun Zhu. Even when Yun Ting released his spirit consciousness, he could not scan it and naturally could not see what Yun Zhu wrote on the letter. As Yun Zhu wrote, she paused occasionally to think. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Tao Yao, asking in a seemingly casual manner, "What's your name? You don't seem to be from the academy, right?" Tao Yao said, "My name is Tao Yao. I've just started serving my young master and have yet to join Heaven and Earth Academy." A smile appeared in Yun Zhu's eyes, but disappeared quickly. She asked again, "How has your young master been recently?" "Pretty good," Tao Yao replied honestly. Yun Ting raised his brow and asked, "What realm has he cultivated to?" Tao Yao said, "Grade 5 Heaven Immortal." "Oh." Yun Ting was slightly surprised and nodded. "Not bad, not too slow." By now, Yun Zhu had already written the letter. She placed it in the storage bag with 100 million essence spirit stones and sealed it. Yun Zhu beckoned to Tao Yao. Take this storage bag back and hand it over to your young master personally. All right. Tao Yao replied obediently. Yunju removed a green badge from her waist and handed it to Tao Yao, saying gently, "Keep this badge. If your young master entrusts you with anything in the future, just come and meet me using this badge." "Thank you, Princess." Tao Yao did not decline and expressed his thanks. Lu Ping's eyes widened and his jaws nearly dropped to the ground. What was the meaning of this? Is there something going on between senior brother Su and the Book Immortal? Yun Ting could not help but shout as well, "Sister, how can you give away your personal badge so casually?" Yunju ignored him and merely looked at Tao Yao warmly. Tao Yao was about to put the green badge into his storage bag when Yunju smiled and shook her head. She pointed to Tao Yao's empty waist and said, "Hang it outside. This badge doesn't look bad, right?" "Yes, it's quite good-looking." Tao Yao nodded vigorously and tied the badge to his waist. "You guys can head back." Yunju said, "Everything I want to say is in that letter." Tao Yao and Lu Ping bid farewell. Yun Ting's mind was filled with questions. Just as he was about to step forward and ask, he saw Yunju wave her palm and chase him out of the room. With a bang, the door was shut. Is she even my biological sister? How can she turn against me? Yun Ting cursed internally before leaving in a huff. Chapter 2451. 2451 Primeval Body. 2451 Primeval Body. Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed and continued to comprehend the pure jade manual. It had to be said that the Bodhi seed was indeed extremely helpful to him in terms of enlightenment. With the help of the Bodhi seed, the obscure words and dharmic Tao of the pure jade manual became much clearer. As expected of a taboo mystic classic, to think that there would be such a change after cultivating it to greater mastery. Su Zimo comprehended the true meaning of the dharmic Tao in the pure jade manual and could not help but feel emotional. The Three Pure Ones Jade Manual focused on different aspects of cultivation. Back in the secret ground, Ing Tian once said that the Supreme Pure Jade Manual refined the spirit. The Pure Jade Manual tempered the body, while the Grand Pure Jade Manual refined techniques. The dharmic formulation of the Pure Jade Manual was indeed a supreme body tempering technique. If he cultivated it successfully, his flesh, bones, and organs would be filled with a green glow. If he could cultivate it to greater mastery, he could use the Pure Jade Manual as a foundation to condense a primeval body that was the same as his cultivation realm. This was different from his previous cloning techniques. Be it the Green Lotus True Body, Dragon Phoenix True Body, or the Martial Tao Prime Body, they could cultivate on their own and possess their own essence, spirit, and physical bodies. As for this primeval body, it was a clone condensed from the dharmic Tao of the Pure Jade Manual. Among the dharmic Taos of the human race, there were three most famous cloning techniques: the Three Corpses technique of the Fiend sects, the three bodies of past, present, and future of the Buddhist monasteries, as well as the supreme technique of the Immortal sect, the Three Pure Ones. And now, Su Zimo had obtained one of the Three Pure Ones. The upper world was vast and civilized with countless dharmic Taos. Be it humans or other races, they had some cloning techniques that had been passed down till this day. The reason why the cloning technique of the Three Pure Ones was so powerful and was known as the supremacy of the immortal sects was because the clone that was condensed with the Three Pure Ones technique was at the same cultivation realm as the cultivator. This was extremely important. For most cloning techniques, the cultivation realms of the clones condensed would often decrease, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. As for clones condensed by the Three Pure Ones technique, although their combat strength would be reduced as well, their cultivation realms would be identical. Furthermore, the Pure Jade Manual was a body tempering technique to begin with. The primeval body that was condensed would also become unusually strong and ferocious in melee combat. In a fight, releasing this cloning technique would be equivalent to surrounding an opponent with two selves, who in the same cultivation realm could withstand it. This primeval body could only be released with the Pure Jade Manual. Therefore, over the years, every time the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual appeared, many paragons would fight for it. If one possessed the 3 Pure Ones Dermic Tao without the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual, they would not be able to release the 3 Pure Ones clone as well. More importantly, this was only a clone secret skill that was formed from Dermic Tao. Even if the clone was destroyed in the battle, it did not matter. As long as the Pure Jade Manual was around and recovered for a period of time, the primeval body could be released once more. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside the cave abode. Before long, Tao Yao and Lu Ping ran in excitedly. Lu Ping was even more enthusiastic as he winked at Su Zimo with a strange smile. Tao Yao went forward and handed the storage bag to Su Zimo. "Young master, the princess did not take this storage bag. However," she replied with a letter inside. Su Zimo noticed that there was a green badge on Tao Yao's waist that emitted a faint fragrance. "Young master, this was given to me by that beautiful princess. Can I carry it with me?" Tao Yao asked expectantly. "Of course." Su Zimo smiled and opened his storage bag, taking out Yunju's letter. At a glance, Yunju's handwriting was elegant and her strokes were agile and carefree. Through those words, it was as though one could see a graceful figure dancing on the letter. However, Su Zimo's expression changed the moment he saw the first sentence, and he broke out in cold sweat. "Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, I heard about what you did in Langfeng City. Impressive, impressive." There was even a simple drawing of a woman's smiling face behind that sentence. For a moment, Su Zimo felt as though Yunju was sitting opposite him, looking at him with a fake smile. When Lu Ping saw the strange expression on Su Zimo's face, he leaned over curiously and asked, "Senior brother, what's written on it? You don't look too good?" Su Zimo swept his gaze across. Lu Ping shirked his neck in fear and retreated hurriedly. Su Zimo continued reading. The later contents of the letter were much more normal and did not mention anything about Desolate Marshal. It was a rough explanation of things to assure him that she would try her best to search for Feng Ziyi and perfected a mortal burial night. However, this matter might take a long time and he had to wait patiently. Su Zimo read the letter and burned it. He looked at Tao Yao and Lu Ping and asked, "Tell me everything that happened after you arrived at the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Don't miss any details." Tao Yao and Lu Ping recounted the entire process in detail. Although Su Zimo was expressionless, he was internally surprised. "I was exposed just like this." Su Zimo guessed that Yunju must have seen through him because of Tao Yao. However, wasn't it way too incredible that she was able to deduce his relationship with Desolate Marshal just because of that one single clue? Thankfully, Yunju would most likely not expose this matter, so this would not affect him much. After settling the matter of searching for Feng Zi, Su Zimo was much more relieved and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. The fight for the heaven ranking of the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet was about to begin. Back at the 10,000-year meet, before he entered the Heaven Essence realm, Yun Ting was already a Grade 2 Heaven Immortal. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Given Yun Ting's talent and opportunities, his cultivation speed could definitely only be faster than his. If he wanted to obtain the number 1 of the Heaven ranking, his cultivation realm had to continue advancing. There were only slightly more than 2,000 years left before the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet began, and time was running out. Apart from continuing to raise his cultivation in this seclusion, Su Zimo also placed emphasis on the Pure Jade Manual. He wanted to cultivate it to greater mastery as soon as possible and condense the primeval body. Su Zimo was in seclusion in the secret chamber of his cave abode. Due to the green lotus true body, the heaven and earth essence chi in his cave abode was far richer than outside. Before long, Lu Ping realized this. When cultivating in Su Zimo's cave abode, the heaven and earth essence chi was even richer than in the legacy ground. That was a little terrifying. Initially, Lu Ping thought that Su Zimo had set up some array formation to gather heaven and earth essence chi. However, before long, he realized that this rich and pure essence chi was definitely not condensed from an array formation. Lu Ping also discovered that his cultivation speed had increased qualitatively when he cultivated in the cave abode. It was not only because the heaven and earth essence chi was richer and purer, but also because there seemed to be a mysterious power affecting everything. After Lu Ping discovered the secret, he vaguely realized that he could not tell anyone about it and kept it secret. Su Zimo was the creation green lotus. Be it Lu Ping or Tao Yao, they both possessed plant-type bodies. Cultivating beside the creation green lotus was naturally extremely beneficial. Chapter 2452. 2452 Heaven Ranking Prediction. 2452 Heaven Ranking Prediction. Cultivation was long and arduous. After returning from the jade, firmament, and mortal domain, Su Zimo almost never left his cave abode and spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion. In his cave abode, Tao Yao and Lu Ping helped him deal with many chores and trivial matters of life. That saved him a lot of energy and time. His cultivation realm was also rising steadily. Finally, on this day, he broke through to the level 6 heaven essence realm. Looking back, 1,000 years had passed. All these years, be it on the side of Prince Qingqing or Yun Zhu, there was no news of perfected immortal burial night and Fengzi. The longer things dragged on, the slimmer the chances of the two of them being found. Or rather, the chances of the two of them being alive decreased as well. Rising, Su Zimo took a spin around the cave abode. Tao Yao and Lu Ping had gone out for some reason. In the spirit garden in the backyard of the cave abode, there was no activity from the Ashoka tree and immortal willow. Only the immortal peach tree seedling grew gradually and was much thicker than before. However, it was still early for this immortal peach tree to ripen after 10,000 years. Right then, the sound of two figures tearing through the air came from outside the cave abode. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the cave abode and walked in side by side. It was Tao Yao and Lu Ping. After 1,000 years, their appearances did not change much, and they still looked like children. The hair on Lu Ping's had gradually turned silky and thick. His cultivation advanced extremely quickly, and he had already broken through from the peak of the level 2 heaven essence realm to the level 3 heaven essence realm. Before Tao Yao arrived at Heaven and Earth Academy, he was already a grade 9 Earth immortal. Right now, his cultivation realm was only slightly lower than Lu Ping, and he had already cultivated to the level 2 heaven essence realm. Over the years, although Tao Yao did not know many people in the academy under Lu Ping's lead, he was much more familiar with the environment of the academy. After Tao Yao ascended, he had endured suffering and torture for many years, causing immense damage to his heart. All these years he had been by Su Zimo's side and was accompanied by Lu Ping. The wounds on his heart were gradually healing, and the smiles on his face increased. "Young master, look." Tao Yao raised a book in his hands and handed it to Su Zimo. "What's this?" Su Zimo received the book and asked casually. Lu Ping said, "Senior brother, don't you know? Today is considered as a big day for the divine firmament immortal domain. The heaven ranking prediction of divine firmament palace has officially been announced." "Oh!" Su Zimo looked at the book in his hands and opened it slowly. There were rows of incredible Tao titles written on it. "Seems like this is the heaven ranking prediction." Su Zimo smiled. He was no stranger to the heaven ranking prediction. Back at the 10,000-year meet, the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom released an Earth ranking prediction in advance. It listed information about many paragons for everyone to take into account. At the same time, Su Zimo was puzzled and asked, "There's still more than 1,000 years to the fight for the heaven ranking at the divine firmament immortal meet. Why is the heaven ranking prediction released now? Senior brother, you're always in seclusion. I'm sure you don't know about the rules of the fight for the heaven ranking, right?" Lu Ping explained, "The fight for the heaven ranking of the divine firmament immortal meet is not as troublesome as the earth ranking. There's also the elimination round mechanism. The ranking battle for the heaven ranking will be held directly at the divine firmament immortal meet. Only cultivators who are listed on the prediction ranking will have a chance to take part in the ranking battle." Su Zimo asked, "What do they judge the prediction ranking based on?" Lu Ping said, "A basic requirement is cultivation realm. For example, people like us with low cultivation realms will definitely not be able to be ranked. Trump cards, opportunities, and various other factors will make up for a comprehensive judgment to determine the order of the ranks. Most importantly, one's past battle records will be taken into account." Su Zimo was enlightened. In other words, the remaining 1,000 years will be the final chance for the many heaven immortals of the divine firmament immortal domain. The only way they can get into the final ranking battle for the heaven ranking is if they squeeze themselves into the prediction ranking before the divine firmament immortal meet. Exactly. Lu Ping said, "The 1,000 years before the divine firmament immortal meet is the most lively period in the divine firmament immortal domain. Countless paragons and monster incarnates of the heaven immortal realm will appear and leave the sect one after another to travel everywhere. During this period of time, there will be fights between top paragons almost every year. The names and order on the prediction ranking will also change continuously." Su Zimo nodded to himself. For example, for some paragons who cultivated in seclusion all year round, although their cultivation realms were extremely high and their combat strength was not weak, they were not qualified to enter this prediction ranking without any outstanding battle records, let alone take part in the final heaven ranking battle. In other words, in the next 1,000 years, the top paragons of the various heaven grade factions of the divine firmament immortal domain would appear one after another and roam the world. Su Zimo opened the prediction ranking and browsed through it. He swept his gaze casually and suddenly realized that Yun Ting's name was not at the top of the prediction ranking. Instead, it was third. Who could surpass Yun Ting? Name: Qin Gu. Level: Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Identity: Reincarnated Immortal of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Only successor of the Ancient Moon's Secret Ground. Palace Lord of Thunder God Palace. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The identity as a reincarnated immortal alone carried a lot of weight. To think that there would be 2 more identities later on. Su Zimo wondered what sort of opportunities this person had encountered. Battle record: 70,000 years ago. As a grade 7 heaven immortal, he crossed 2 minor realms and killed a grade 9 heaven immortal, Xiang Lu. 60,000 years ago, as a grade 8 heaven immortal, he was encircled by 10 heaven immortals in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, but he killed 6 of them instead. 40,000 years ago, he edged out a victory against Zhong Feiyu. Evaluation: before reincarnation, he was already a top-tier, perfected immortal. Because he failed to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm, he was forced to reincarnate and rose domineeringly without tasting defeat. He obtained the legacy of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, and his combat strength is unparalleled. This person had dozens of battle records, and the evaluation of him was extremely high. Second on the heaven ranking prediction. Name: Zhong Feiyu. Level: Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Identity: Reincarnated Immortal of Flying Immortal Sect. Number 1 Heaven Immortal of the Zhong Clan, Island Master of Blue Flames Island. Successor of Scorched Earth and Young Master of Scarlet Refinement Poison Sect. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. This was also a reincarnated immortal. Furthermore, he had many identities and backgrounds that Su Zimo had never even heard of. Also, Zhong Feiyu had appeared once in the battle records of Qin Gu, who was at the top of the ranking. This person had dozens of battle records as well. Apart from the battle with Qin Gu, where he lost slightly, he won all the other battles and had been famous for many years. Divine Firmament Palace's evaluation of him was extremely high as well, and was on par with Qin Gu. Su Zimo said, "Seems like the reason why Yunting is rank 3rd is because he was outshone by these 2 reincarnated immortals." That makes sense. Lu Ping said, "The reason why Prince Yunting is rank 3rd is mainly because his cultivation realm is currently at the grade 8 Heaven Immortal realm and is slightly inferior. Also, Prince Yunting is too young and can be considered as a monster incarnate who has risen in recent years. He has only been famous for a short period of time. If Prince Yunting can break through to become a grade 9 Heaven Immortal, there's a high chance that he can surpass the top 2 in the ranking." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, although Prince Yunting is a grade 8 Heaven Immortal, he's already very powerful, and is even suppressing another reincarnated immortal